Welcome to House Education. This morning, we're going to be starting right off here. We do have a hearing scheduled for 9 o'clock. This is a hearing dealing with a non-germane amendment, which is would be attached to HB 1015. We'll get on to that in a few moments here. Just to explain what we're going to be doing this morning, from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, we have that hearing. And from 10 o'clock onwards, we're going to be delving into structure, organization of cooperative school districts, SAUs, merging, advisory boards, budgeting within apportionment, all those necessary issues that we need to become familiar with in order to address some of the bills that are before us. And so that'll go through to about noontime. They'll take a break we will take lunch today at 12 o'clock and come back at 1. I have a meeting with the Taiwanese across the street. The consulate is here during that hour. And then starting again at 1 o'clock, we will address the afternoon's portion of our agenda today, which is dealing with executing some bills. So with that, we have a lot going on. I'm going to be leaving with Representative Myler right now and going over to the Capitol building. We're going to have Representative Peternell chair this meeting, and of course, Representative Cordelli is going to be presenting the amendment. So we're going to take a moment and do the exchange here, and then we'll be on with business. Thank you. All right. He doesn't have any notes for me either, so you can summarize.
Okay.
Exactly. Have a good morning.
All right. We will begin the hearing on House Bill 1015 relative to requirements for literacy skill development in elementary grades with with an amendment to the bill presented by Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, fellow committee members. For the record, Glenn Cordelli representing Tufton Borough, Wolfboro, and Ossipee in the Beautiful Lakes region. And this is a non-germane amendment to House Bill 1015. But I'd like to begin with the same quote I began my bill last year with. As Frederick Douglass said, once you learn to read, you will be free forever. And I'd like to thank Representative Ball for her interest and experience and passion in promoting literacy in New Hampshire and introducing 1015. I think this amendment is necessary because if New Hampshire is really going to improve student reading, we need a comprehensive approach. It starts with the early screening, then the interventions when necessary, but we need parental involvement, we need monitoring, we need transparency and accountability. We have to make sure that current teachers are coming up to speed with the evidence-based instructional methods. And also, very importantly, the teacher prep programs have to be on board with this new instructional method. So where do we stand today? The 2023 proficiency level, the state average for ELA was 52%. 52%. My district, Regional Cooperative School District, with 2 excess swept towns, the ELA proficiency rate was 51%, below the state average. 2 of the towns, Effingham Elementary School reading proficiency is 60%, But funny, when they get to elementary school, excuse me, the regional middle school, it drops to 44%. So something is going on and corrections are needed. What I'd like to do is just go through the amendment section by section briefly, if I could. And it starts on page 1 with the reading assessment and intervention section on lines 10 down through the bottom of the page, really. And again, there would be a screener purchased by the department, a comprehensive screening for reading and dyslexia and all the risk factors therein. And it has to be done 3 times a year, according to really all the experts. And you'll see listed on lines 19 through 25 the predictive measures that would be screened for, which based on the evidence-based research that's been done over decades that is referred to as the science of reading. This would start, the screening would start 40 days into the school year and 3 times a year, as I mentioned. But also, as you see it continued on page 2, for anyone coming into the school, transferring into the school who hasn't been through the screening would have to be screened. So if someone's moving into the district, we would want them to be screened as well. In Roman 3, if there is an apparent deficiency, and documenting the deficiency is required in an individual reading plan, and the department is to come up with a form for that. And we've had actually a national expert volunteer to help with that effort. Down, starting on lines 23, we want to make sure that we're moving forward. We're not maintaining the status quo. So this 3 cueing method of reading that is being used widely at this point, which includes visual cues, that is not being used in any of the instructional or interventional programs. Also, the fact that parents have to be involved in this. You'll see that on the bottom part of the page, in that strategies have to be given to parents to how they can help with the deficiencies in their child's reading. And they, first of all, they must be notified that there is an issue. It's critical that parents are involved in this process. Over to page 3. One difference in this amendment from 1015, I don't lay out any mandatory time frames for referrals for special education. I'm just concerned that there would be a slew of referrals possibly, and I wouldn't want to see over-identification of students as requiring special education either. The rest of the page really outlines many responsibilities of the department in this effort. Already mentioned the fact that they will have to find the funds to purchase this universal screener. But as you'll see, starting in Romans 7, they have to provide periodic workshops to educators and parents on this instructional reading method. They have to provide guidance to the districts on instructional materials that are based on this evidence that's been gathered over the past several decades. They have to do reporting to the department, as well as the school districts and charter schools have to do reporting as well. And the department's reporting has to be given to the governor's office, including, I think it's important that the governor's office see what's going on and what progress hopefully is being made in this. The bottom of the page gets into the teacher prep program, which is very, very important, I think. And it lays out the requirement to do a survey of the teacher prep programs with criteria that was developed by the National Teacher Quality Council, NTCQ. They did 2 years of work coming up with these criteria, and they surveyed teacher prep programs around the country to see if they were meeting the criteria that the NTCQ came up with. I'll just mention the 4 New Hampshire colleges that submitted their results to the council. Keene State got a B, Plymouth State got a D, Southern New Hampshire University got an F, UNH got a D. So work needs to be done in the teacher prep programs if any progress is going to be sustained for our children in reading literacy. The next section of the amendment, starting on line 9 on page 3, are reading improvement grants. These would be grants to districts or elementary schools that are in the below the state average in reading proficiency. I've talked with the chair of finance about appropriation for these grants, and he says that if the bill comes to finance, they'll work on finding the funding. And the department would be involved in looking at plans submitted by the districts in terms of how the funds would be used to improve literacy in their schools. The next section on the bottom of the page modifies a current statute in terms of literacy school skill development and includes the fact that we want to move to this evidence-based instructional methods and outlines at the bottom 5 or 6 sentences of this page the components of reading literacy that we'll be interested in. And you can see that I've borrowed from the original 1015 and added writing in there, as well as all the other components in that section. So those are really the key components of this amendment. And I think that it really identifies a comprehensive approach. I've worked with people around the state, national experts, as well as the department, and I see Director White here. But I even sat in on a professional development session in Londonderry this summer with teachers going over, presenter talking about moving to the science of reading, and it was very interesting being the only non-educator in the room, but they are all interested in doing this. Some of the schools were already doing it, many weren't, and so there is the interest in doing it, and I think that what I've tried to lay out here also will help teachers and educators in moving to evidence-based research and instruction. And we've talked in the past about some of the research. We've talked about the reading brain and the detailed efforts to even identify parts of the brain and what happens when students are learning to read, and the difference with dyslexia also, when student has dyslexia, how it works differently in the brain. So we want to take advantage of this research. We know that it works from results around the nation. There's something like 30 states in the past 3 or 4 years that have moved to this evidence-based instruction. And I think it's time for New Hampshire to move in that direction. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Representative Cordelli? Oh, sorry. Yes, Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I don't know with an amendment, usually you don't get a fiscal note, but this is such a rework of the whole 1015. I was wondering if there's, and it seems like the local LEA is going to have to expend a lot of money as well, money and time. So I was wondering if there is a fiscal note, or would there be a fiscal note coming, and shouldn't it include local?
If it is passed out of the House, it'll go to Finance. So they will be examining this in depth, I'm sure. And as I mentioned, I've already talked to the Chairman of Finance about it.
Usually we get a fiscal note here, though.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if we get a fiscal note with all amendments. And I can't remember the bill last year if that had a fiscal note or not attached to it. But this is different in terms of, I think the grants section is different because we're in the middle of a budget season. I approached these as competitive grants instead of, I think, what I had tried to lay out last year. So it's a little bit different in that regard because it's the middle of the budget.
We have a follow-up?
Follow-up? Yes.
So is the Department of Education, will they be hiring extra staff or a reading specialist?
They have someone already on board serving that function.
And they won't be hiring additional staff?
I'm not going to speak for the department in that regard, but maybe Ms. Director White can answer any questions in that
Thank you.
vein.
Any further questions? Oh, yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli. Throughout the amendment and actually in I don't have it in front of me, but I think the baseline bill also refers to grade level predictive measures. And I was wondering if you could talk with us a little bit about how those are determined.
I think maybe some people behind me can speak to that more accurately than I can.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just a couple of things. Is this this is identical to the bill that we looked at last fall?
I don't think it's identical.
The amendment?
The amendment, right?
Well, I have.
It's pretty close.
So what's different then?
I'm not sure. I've been working on this for a long time, so I'm not sure exactly. I haven't done a side by side with the bill from last year. I know the reading grant section, I believe, is different, and some other sections I've updated based on comments from last year, and even looking at the original 1015.
Yes, follow up.
Well, actually, it's kind of a different question. I'm sorry. You made the comment that they are all interested in doing this, and I'm just curious who.
Well, for one, many of the people attending that professional development session that I went to, the room was full. So I think that showed the interest from schools. As I recall, schools around the state were represented there.
And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to determine what you went to was something that was put on by the Londonderry School District, or was that by
No,
the?
it was a professional development session, I think, put on by the department, if I am not mistaken, with a presenter from Massachusetts.
Well, I'm trying to get is the scope of
Representative Balboni, follow up?
Yes, please. I'm just trying to understand better the scope of the attendance that was at that event.
I did not have an attendance list, but I talked to quite a few people there. I've been to various sessions. I've been to, there was a session, I guess, this summer sometime, with people who've been to the letters training that the department is paying for, with over 3,000 people around the state, educators and parents, being trained in the letters program, which is training on this evidence-based instructional methods. And it was actually disappointing for me to learn that I think it was only maybe 5 teachers from our regional school district had been through this training.
Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, would you agree that because teachers attend these PD sessions, they don't necessarily buy into what's being presented? They go because they're supposed to go, or they go because they need PD hours, but it's not, you don't assume that they are buying into it?
I'm not making that assumption. The people I talked to were quite interested.
Thank you.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. This is kind of a procedural question. So your original bill, or the original bill, underlying bill to this one, was laid on the table in session, right? Is that what happened at 10:15?
10:15?
Yeah.
No, we haven't voted on that in the full House, as I
Then it
recall.
was your original bill, the one that is almost the same.
It was tabled last year.
Was tabled in the
Yes.
House session.
Yes,
So how is that able to be brought back?
because it was tabled.
Tape.
Oh,
Yeah, ITL.
Right.
even though it hasn't been taken off the table at the House?
Representative Luna?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On page 2 of the amendment in section 3 and then later in section 4, section 3 on line 7 talks about an individual reading plan, and section 4 on line 35 talks about a reading improvement plan. Are those the same thing, or can you sort of explain what the difference is there?
I believe they're basically the same.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Lori Ball.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And also thank you, Representative Cordelli, for all the hard work that you put toward this amendment. In full disclosure, I should say I believe I am a sponsor on the original bill that Representative Cordelli put forward. I don't know how to say this without being wrong here, but I am disappointed that this amendment was put onto my bill that I wrote. The reason being is that the bill that I presented, if you look at the original RSA, it's this long. It's one paragraph. And my intent, when I read this, as I stated in my testimony last week, when I read that section, it immediately red flagged me that this was special education wording. It came from that, going back to that deliberation form I shared last week. That's where this came from. And my intent was to make this more informational so people understand exactly what the components are of literacy. And if you notice, they include math and writing, which I don't see in this amendment. More importantly, the purpose and the reason for my writing 1015 was to define literacy expectations in New Hampshire to reflect the federal guidelines and expectation used in identifying children with a specific learning disability, and to establish limited timeline for providing RTI prior to ruling out a literacy disability or learning disability. I believe that my bill presented an effective way to establish just enough guidance to allow schools to look more critically at their literacy programs that they may be considering to purchase, while still allowing them to have enough local control to choose which program works best for their district and their students. My concern with the bill now, with this amendment and all of these requirements being put forward, is that school districts have already started purchasing programs. I know that in Salem, they are already piloting the Wilson Foundation program in grades 1 and 2. I know that because those are the grades my grandchildren are in. I've also been informed by constituents that Rochester, Plymouth, and Keene have already moved in the direction of getting rid of the old Fountas and Pinnell memory type method and moving into the phonics-based instruction. I was also told by a teacher last year in Nashua, they literally threw away. The teachers were told to take all the Fountas and Pinnell materials and put them in the dumpster. So they have already moved away and are moving toward the science of reading or the phonics-based instruction. My concern is that if we start making more stipulations and the programs and districts have already started buying programs, that we could have a conflict. And that's why I think it's really important to set our expectations right away and not bog down the bill with all this extra stuff. We can always come back. I think the idea of certifying teachers and making sure teachers, the students who are being certified as teachers coming out of our colleges, I definitely agree they need more training, but I think that should be a standalone bill and not associated with what our expectations are for the definition of literacy. I was also, I'm sorry, I go back and I say I really commend Representative Cordelli. But even as a co-sponsor on the bill, I had mentioned to him I had concerns. For one thing, we already passed a screening bill last year, so that's already being implemented. The other thing is that when we talk about screening in his bill, there's no mention of ruling out vision and hearing. And dyslexia is a hearing disability because children don't always hear, they can't hear the articulation. So that worries me. The other thing that I had brought forward to him, and I don't see that it had been changed, is that the deficiency are below age appropriate benchmarks. But when we identify children or we evaluate them for special education, as I showed you the Wyatt last week, the Welcher individual, the achievement tests that we use, academic achievement test, we always use grade level norms. We have to, because age means nothing. I mentioned my two granddaughters. My granddaughter, who's in first grade, is 6. She's the youngest in her class, while my granddaughter, who's in second grade, is 8. She's the oldest in her class. There's a 2-year difference in their ages, but they're only 1 year apart in school. We can't go by ages because that doesn't tell us what skills we should expect that they have been taught in their grades. So I believe that that needs to say grade level expectations or grade appropriate benchmarks, because then we would know what they've actually been taught and what we could expect them to know. A few other things. that I was jotting down is screening children when they come into a district. I think that's a wonderful idea, but why stop at third grade? I even go back to the testimony last week saying that they should all end at third grade. That doesn't make sense because phonics continues. We're still learning phonics in fifth grade. What's included in phonics when we're teaching vocabulary, we need to be teaching root words, Greek and Latin root words. If we don't teach them, then how do we teach children when to use a PH for sound versus an F? Well, we have to teach them it's a Greek-based word, uses a PH. If we leave that out, we're making a gap where they don't understand. So now they're just going to memorize again. Phonics continues. It's a lifelong lesson. We continue to dissect and investigate, and if we present it correctly to our students, it should be fun. It's a puzzle. It's uncovering a puzzle of how literacy works. And literacy doesn't just end at phonics. It includes vocabulary. If we don't have vocabulary, we don't have comprehension. And that's why phonics, going back to that whole decoding, is so important, because if children keep stumbling over words, they don't get fluency. Without fluency, fluency, I'm not really, I should take that back, because fluency, you should only read as fast as you can comprehend. Otherwise, you're just reading words, but you need to integrate that into your background knowledge. But we can't have comprehension if we're still trying to decode. So this continues. And it doesn't surprise me to hear that in Representative Cordelli's district, that the reading proficiency levels dropped in middle school. That goes right back to what I said. In middle school is when we find out when the reading disabilities are there, because we have multisyllabic words, and yet no way for children to actually, they don't have the skills to decode those words. So their reading level drops, and that's why we're identifying children in middle school. There were a few other items when I was going over the bill, and I don't really think I need to go into every one of them. I would really love to work more with Representative Cordelli. I just don't think this portion is ready for prime time yet. I think it could end up hindering the possibility that we could pass what I put forward. I am more than willing to amend if I can, or if have somebody work with someone here to amend mine to include the charter schools that was talked about, or even take off section 2 if it's needed, the whole thing on the RTI, and we do that as a standalone. But right now, I think the most important thing is to provide the guidance to the school as to what exactly we expect literacy education to look like in the state of New Hampshire. And that includes encoding, decoding, grammar, mechanics, writing, mathematics. That's all part of literacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Representative Ball? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The one thing I want to get a little bit deeper in is you mentioned that schools were already starting to purchase new reading materials and whatnot. Do you have any specific examples or programs that you know of that are being purchased that would not qualify under this this sort of rubric of evidence-based science reading?
Well, you have to keep in mind that phonics is a standalone. You still have to have a comprehension, a reading program that includes comprehension. And also we have a writing component. I keep mentioning Fontes and Pinnell, but Lucy Calkins is the writing program that has also been debunked. So that also needs to be replaced in many of the schools. So it goes beyond just the phonics. I don't know exactly. I just know that in Salem, I know that they're using the Wilson Foundation programs for phonics in the first and second grade. I know they're piloting it. Most good, I haven't looked at every single one of them, but good reading programs or phonics programs would include these components. But my concern is that what's not included here is the writing and the mathematics. We're just focused on phonics, and we're kind of leaving out the other portion of literacy, which includes math and writing.
Any further questions? And seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Representative Ball. Next, we call on Deborah House.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Temporary
Good
Chair.
morning.
Yes. And my name is Deborah Howes. I'm president of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire, and I am here today to speak in opposition of the non-germane amendment and actually of HB 1015 as well. I want to state that, on behalf of my members, we are actually in support of the goal of the bill and the amendment, but I do not think that either is necessary at this point, and some of the timelines involved could get in the way of delivering the help that students need to become strong, confident readers. We have 3,700 members across the state. Most of them work in K-12 education. Many of them are directly involved in teaching students to read every day. And that is my background. I worked 18 years teaching students to read in Nashua. And I'm also a parent of two adults now who took very different journeys on learning to read. One learned very easily and one struggled with it mightily. So I know this personally as well as a professional. My first concern with this is, are either of these bills necessary at this point? Just last year, this legislature approved a law, RSA 259, that changed the universal screening for dyslexia. So every student in kindergarten through third grade will get screened with an evidence-based reading screener that has many, if not all, of the components that were outlined in the non-germane amendment that we saw today, administered twice a year. And, you will see the results from that, and teachers need time to look at those results. And that law requires that schools take action upon those results. So that is what is in that law that you just passed last year that took effect September 1st this year. This 2023, this school year. So when you see those results and you see a student is below grade level on one of those benchmarks of the component skills of reading, you need to do something. You need to decide whether they need, a little extra practice in the classroom, separate intervention lessons, or whether it's, solo, it's an immediate referral to special education evaluation. Without giving that law a chance to work, it hasn't even had a full school year yet, you can't see if it's having any results. So piling either of these on top of it would be doing too much too soon and inviting confusion and getting in the way of helping students. Another concern is the timelines in these bills. Both the HB 1015 has a timeline for special education that can interfere with special education referrals. And the non-germane amendment has a very short timeline for intervention plans. When you do the diagnostic screening, which was described in the non-germane amendment, you need time to look at it because it does not tell you, once you see the student is below grade level, it doesn't tell you what you then go and do. It just tells you this student isn't performing well enough in this component skill. Say it's phonics. It doesn't tell you where to start. You don't want to waste that student's time by going back and teaching them that this is the letter C, this is the shape it has, this is the sound it makes, if they know the letter C already. You need to know which letter sounds, which letter shapes do they know, which letter sounds do they know, is it long vowels, short vowels, where is it you start with that student? Now imagine you have just screened your whole class, because you tend to do the screeners all at the same time because you don't want to lose a lot of instructional time to doing these benchmark screening. You want to be efficient. So say of your class of 18 to 22, which is an average elementary school class, it's not really one teacher to 12 students or 14 students. That's a statistic that counts all the adults with a teaching certificate in the grade, in the building, not all the adults actually in front of a class. So say in your class of 18 to 22 students, you've got 6 of them. And now you've got 6 school days to figure out the reading intervention plan based on what part of the benchmark they're below grade level on. That's not workable. That would be forcing teachers to come up with plans without having the chance to sit and use their professional skills to actually analyze what the student needs. And if it's not one of the really obvious ones like phonics, where you've got a lot of background in working in it, you might need to consult with the reading specialist or consult with a special education teacher to figure out, okay, this student scored low here. Where do I start? And that's professional collaboration that goes on every day in schools when you've got a kid where you're not quite sure what to do with them. And then, for efficiency, you do need to group them together somehow so that you're teaching lessons that mean something to the student and help them with what they need to work on, but also makes use of the time because there's only so many hours in the day. So we don't want to be so strict in our timelines and so dictatorial in what we're prescribing that it gets in the way of actually helping students. And the third thing is we're having the Department of Education choose the screener, and possibly through these innovation grants choose the programs and curriculum. I mean, it's a carrot if you're giving money, but it also gives them a lot of say in what you choose. We have districts already making choices about what they want to use for reading programs. That should be a local control issue. But for these reasons, we do have concerns, particularly about the non-germane amendment, but also about, is HB 1015 needed at this time? Let's see how last year's newly passed RSA 259 works out. And we are all working hard to help our students. We need to trust the professionals. These are, at this time, inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Terry?
So you're the third person to testify, and I'm trying to put all the pieces together here. And as I do so, and particularly with respect to your testimony, I seem to be hearing that you are saying, what I'm hearing is that you're saying is that we're already beginning to address and to fix problems in this area. And so we don't really need or desire prescriptive legislation to define what it is that we should be doing, because we're already doing a lot of what is being proposed. So if that's the case, would you either verify or correct that misunderstanding, if it's a misunderstanding, or verify if I'm correct? And if it is correct, could you explain what has driven, in your view, what has driven a kind of awakening, if you will, that there needs to be a change, and why the changes that are being made right now that you're describing are somewhat in line with what we're actually seeing in the bill and the amendment? Thanks.
There is concern about reading proficiency and reading achievement. And there have been numerous attempts to address performance in that area. Some of them came together sooner than others. I think part of it is timing. This, as you heard, was also a bill last year, or most of it, and didn't make it. So you see some of that is still being carried over. I don't think doing similar things one year after another is going to result in better change. It's just going to result in more churn. And that's not going to help kids learn.
Oh, follow up.
So what was I correct when I stated that I thought that what I was hearing from you is that we really don't need either of these, because there's a dynamic that is at work already within the education community to make the kinds of changes that are being prescribed in the bill and or the amendment, in part or in
There
whole?
is a dynamic out there
And-
that
and
is
why
already.
is that happening?
Why is that happening?
And why did it take so long?
That dynamic is out there from just the internal process of frequently examining statewide assessment scores and benchmark scores and looking to see what can we do differently. It is a long process to change within districts, but it is something that we examine on a district level all the time, and there is a growing statewide pressure as well. So yep.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You referenced the bill we passed last year regarding the dyslexia screener.
Yep.
And makes perfect sense that we would identify, or it's good that we would identify such students as needing help. This bill seems like, so it has part of that's here, but it also goes to the other side of it, which is once you've identified a student that has a problem, how do you address that student? Which is, I think, a significant amount of what this is speaking to. So do you think that that what's happening right now in schools, absent us passing this bill, would already generally meet the criteria of addressing it with better techniques than have been previously used that has resulted in problems?
The bill passed last year does require that you act upon the benchmark testing, so that you don't just say, oh, well, the student's low, they'll grow out of it. That is not an acceptable action under the bill that was passed last year. You have to take some action, whether it is additional support in the classroom, whether it is some kind of specific intervention. And I would have to look again. I was reading it yesterday, but I was also reading the non-germane amendment. But it's specific. I believe it was not evidence-based intervention, and or it could be a referral to special ed. So there were different pathways you could take, but it did require action as opposed to just a wait and see approach. So it wasn't, well, we could wait and see whether they get better at the next benchmark. That is not an acceptable approach to helping students learn. You do need to take an affirmative action to try and remedy the situation. It's not as detailed as you have 6 days to write a plan. But then again, 6 days to write a plan is not realistic. If you want a thoughtful plan, as opposed to just, well, I will follow the letter of the law, but you're going to force me to have a canned plan for every student. That would not be appropriate, because it wouldn't really help students learn. It would just be making people jump through hoops.
Any further questions? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Howe. I think we heard testimony earlier when the amendment was introduced that I want to make sure I characterize it right. So please correct me if I'm wrong. You said 52% of students are statewide. So my question sort of has two parts to it. Do some districts exceed that statewide average? And in those cases, what do you attribute it to?
Sorry, excuse me. Well, obviously with an average, some districts would be exceeding that, and the districts that exceed it are the ones that have better resources, are able to have lower class sizes, fewer students to teacher ratio, more learning supports in place, whether that is highly trained paraprofessionals who, by the way, are like assigned to one classroom instead of just pulled here and there to fill out the spaces on the schedule so that no minute is left unfilled in their day, so they can truly collaborate and be part of a learning team to support students, and also have specialists such as a dedicated reading specialist in each elementary building and middle schools, and plenty of on-site support from school counselors and perhaps a social worker if that is something that is needed in the community, and many other supports so that the students can learn and thrive in the school.
And a quick follow-up.
Yes, follow up.
So thanks. And it sounds like what those districts are doing is different than what this amendment is suggesting. But but is the science of reading, is that a substitute for all the things you just talked about?
Well, the science of reading is a wide interdisciplinary study that looks at how students learn to read. It crosses many disciplines of science. It does look at more than just phonics, and unfortunately, it does end up in a discussion of phonics most often, but it covers many domains in the component skills of learning to read. And I'm sorry, I lost the rest of the question. It is not a substitute for having a well-functioning, well-funded school. And, in a community where you have a lot of students who are coming from another language background or coming from a background where you've got a lot of families struggling economically, science of reading is only going to go so far in overcoming what students are bringing in from outside the school.
So a final follow-up on that. Thank you. So what I'm hearing you say then is that while there may be evidence that suggests the science of reading or that type of thing has some benefit in terms of instruction and materials, if it's without the proper resources in place to implement it, it may not actually move the needle in the direction we think it's going to go. Is that what I'm hearing?
It can move the needle, but it can't do the whole job because a child is not a robot. So, they're bringing their whole life in with them every day. So what happens outside affects outside of school affects what they're doing inside of school.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Thank
Okay,
you very much,
thank you
Ms.
so much.
House. And next we call on Tom Newkirk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Tom Newkirk. I taught at the University of New Hampshire for 35 years. I've served on the Oyster River School Board for 11. I have one more day. Tomorrow is the end of my career there. So I'm speaking for myself here. I'm not speaking for the board. And I'm here to speak in opposition to this amendment, which really seems almost like a new bill to me. And it's the objections I have are the same ones I made last week, because it seems to me that it's important to figure out what the impact of this bill is on local districts and what pressure it places on them. This is a momentous bill as I see it. I think it will affect every school, every budget, and it's important to determine what the impact would be financially and in terms of the demand upon teachers of this bill. So one thing that I did was I got it on Thursday, and the first thing I did was I circulated, I gave it to one of the reading specialists who's worked in a number of schools in New Hampshire, and I asked her just to annotate it and give me her reaction to it. And she thought even with the robust intervention we have at Oyster River, which is a very well-resourced school district that has made a real effort on intervention, this tier 2 kind of intervention, she looked through it and said, we couldn't do this. We would need additional staff to do this, even given the efforts that we have, because of the requirement for an individual reading plan for every student in tier 2, essentially, and all the reporting and really the paperwork that this, of course we don't use paper, I guess that's a term, well, whatever, you know what I mean. Okay. Just the requirement for reporting, recording, communicating. She would think we would need extra personnel, even at Oyster River, where we've put so much into it, which made me think what would happen in a district that didn't have our resources and that had some more serious issues, because we have students who need this, but relatively fewer than other districts that have more, come from maybe lower socioeconomic groups. So I just, as a mental, and I did this pretty much looking kind of calculating on the envelope, what would happen in Manchester if this bill went forward? What would be the pressure that was placed in Manchester? And so I did some calculations, and these are very rough. And I'm just kind of saying this is when I mentioned a stress test when I came here before. What is the stress that this bill would put on a district that had a large number of students in this, who would need improvement, and they had to follow a bill like this? And in Manchester, you have some calculations here. I'm not going to just go through them, but essentially you have like almost 3,600 students in K through 3. And if you look at the test scores of, the state test scores, grades 3 through 8, you have almost 49% in the lowest level. Okay, that's 3 through 8. And if you assume that the 49% is the figure for K through 3 or something like that, and if the 49% are probably six months behind grade level, if that's your threshold, you have something like, let's see, I have it, 1,751 students who would fall into that category. 1,751. And if you assume that some of those are probably going to get some special help anyways, through special education, if you even say 30%, which I think would be pretty generous, you come with 1,225 students who would fall into the category of needing an independent reading plan according to this bill. And I think it would be tremendous if every one of those students could get that. But what would it take? Could you say that, and I think you need to say, that in a city like Manchester, with their resources as they stand, because this bill, if it's passed, would be in operation. If you pass it in May, it would be, operative in July. They would have to have this all in place, and they would have to have at least, if these figures are even close, almost 1,200, create 1,200 independent, individualized reading programs. I mean, is that even realistic? Where would it come from? So it would seem to me, and these figures are just approximate, but I hope that you as a committee look to see what the impact would be of what you're asking. Okay, this is not just giving support to kids who need extra help. This is like creating a plan similar in a lot of ways to what you do for a special needs student. This is a very heavy ask. And so the reason I think that you should at least be extremely cautious about this bill and do your due diligence is I think you need to see what the impact would be on local school districts. What would they need to provide that they might not be able to provide now? And I think in low economic districts, it would be enormous. It would be a huge, huge ask. And just finally, I think if you go into schools now, I think you'll see teachers under amazing stress. I think it's a very difficult time to be a teacher. And I think one of the things you wouldn't want to do is to increase the demand upon them without increasing the resources that they need to fulfill that demand. I think that's a recipe for failure. That's a recipe for resentment. That's a recipe for feeling, just increasing the sense of stress that teachers feel now. So I'll stop here because I know you have a lot to do. Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm thinking back to what we opened this hearing with the quote that said, "Once you learn to read, you're free forever." And I wonder if we've taken into account the fact that this will help and there will be benefit down the road. So are you adding that into the equation? Yes, it might take resources now, but then maybe we don't need resources later.
I think that initially you'll need resources all the way through because, you're talking long term. So I think initially you're not going to be able to pull everything out of 4th, 5th, 6th grade to do this. So I think that initially there'd be you'd still have to increase your capacity with the younger kids, and there's no funds here. There's no like in our district, there's no way we could even increase because the budgets are set for next year. So long term, yeah, I can see what your point. I think, but that's quite a long ways down the road because initially I think this would just put tremendous pressure on districts. Can you see? I mean, I think that's a long-term answer, but in terms of the short term, in terms of the, you're gonna just overload the kind of referrals, the testing, the paperwork for the schools. That's.
Just 1 second. Do we have anybody else? We're out. Mr. Newkirk's pink card was the last one that I had. Is there anyone else waiting to speak? Oh, do you have a pink card? Yeah. Can you just fill out a pink card and submit it, please? Thank you. All right. More questions? Representative Damon?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question and for being here. So if we accepted the premise that, that this set of protocols should happen, I don't necessarily accept it, but just that as a baseline to my question. And if we somehow believed that there would be an abundance of resources for these grants, and disregarded that they're competitive, so some districts would apply needing money and not get it, is $75,000 per district anywhere near adequate to do this?
I think it's a good idea to have the $75,000. I mean, so but I think the answer is no, because in the school, when I was I'm still on the school board for one more day, that's right. We always said, like, you can't use one-time funds for long-term projects, and there's a tendency to do that. So, you get this happened with ESSER funds for some schools, but the ESSER funds were going to go away. So if you get $75,000, I think that would be really useful for training. I think that'd be really useful for getting materials for, so I think it's useful, but I don't think it solves this problem. This is I think a personnel problem where you need people to do this kind of work. You'd need more paraprofessionals, you need more tutors. And I think if you're going to attack this problem, you really have to kind of put a lot of that money or more, in terms of personnel earlier on. That's what my even in Oyster River we thought if this was required, we would have to hire people. A $75,000 grant, not that we'd get it anyways, because I mean, if you have any kind of criteria, we shouldn't get it. So even if you could get it, it wouldn't solve that problem. It's kind of two different things.
Any further questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I heard a lot of what you said, but there was one thing that I wasn't totally clear on. I wanted to clarify a little bit. Okay. I heard you say that this would be especially difficult for the school districts that are in a lower socioeconomic area. Yes. However, my understanding is given state funding formula, we use free and reduced lunch as a metric or a stand-in for that. And as a result, those areas that are by income status, lower socioeconomic status, are funded to a higher degree by the state. So I'm trying to understand why it would be more difficult for those areas to fund it than anywhere else.
Well, I think because still you have districts like Claremont that are struggling, I mean, if you compare Claremont to Hanover, 30 miles apart, just the resources that Claremont has are so limited, even with the additional state money. Okay, and to go back to the earlier question, one of the things that happens in a poor district is you have all kinds of instability. One thing, I don't think money buys you excellence necessarily, but it buys you stability, so that you don't have teachers coming and going. Now, Oyster River, we don't have teachers come and go. We hire them, they stay. Where do we get them? We go to places like Somersworth and Rochester and take the teacher, and that teacher comes. So we create instability in places like Claremont, in Rochester, and we have stability in our district. So you have all these advantages that come, I think, from money, and the state funding difference doesn't nearly make up for that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Newkirk. The next card, and I believe the final speaker is Karen LaPlante.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Karen LaPlante, and I am a reading specialist in New Hampshire. I work at a middle school. I've had several years' experience working in both elementary, more years in elementary than middle school, but both. My title is actually special ed reading specialist because I work with a special education team at my school and have over the past several years worked in that role. So I have a strong understanding of both the special ed process and reading development and instruction. I wasn't completely prepared to speak today, so I just took a few notes. It might be a little all over the place, but I also want to be able to clarify and answer some questions that came up. First of all, I'd like to say that I am in support of the amendment. I think what may be not emphasized enough is, there, obviously this is a comprehensive bill. All the different components, being the screener for both reading and spelling, the reading interventions, the action plan that needs to be developed for each student, which I will say, by the way, yes, an individual action plan needs to be developed, but that doesn't mean that that student needs to be seen one-on-one by an interventionist. So many children are seen in small groups and benefit from those interventions. Also, the fact that it includes the progress monitoring is super important. The dyslexia bill is certainly a step in the right direction, but because we only have the screener in place for 2 times a year, it leaves out an important piece, because that middle of the year screener is very important so that interventionists and teachers can adjust their instruction based on that data that comes in the middle of the year. And unfortunately, that didn't make it into the bill. The workshops for parents and families and educators is important for obvious reasons, and the ongoing professional development for teachers is essential. I know we have the letters program right now that was implemented by the state, which is wonderful, and many, many teachers have taken advantage of it, but some have not. And unfortunately, the last round is starting this fall, and I believe it's full. So it is something that needs to be addressed, that we will still have teachers out there that don't have the proper training. The reporting and the accountability piece is important as well, and I'm glad that that's included in this amendment. We didn't have accountability with the previous dyslexia bill, and I know that that's the dyslexia screening is part of this amendment too, and I think that's important for the state to know how many students have risk factors, what we're doing to address them, and how many students are making progress. Are we moving in the right direction? One of the most important parts of this bill, I think, is the part that speaks to in K to 5. I understand the screener is K to 3. Phonics skills, yes, they can and in some cases should be taught all the way up through grade 5 for those students who have not mastered those skills in the K to 3 grades. But the fact that we are in this bill, it states that there will be evidence-based instruction in K through 5, I think is very important. And the reason why is because if we are doing what we need to do at that tier 1 level with our core instruction, we're not going to see many children that need tier 2 instruction, and certainly not tier 3 instruction. Sometimes we are creating reading disabilities by not providing the proper instruction in schools, and specifically schools that are using programs that include the 3 queuing system. Those programs are actually harming many children. There are certain children that can learn to read with almost any type of instruction, but it's not the majority of students. The majority of students need the explicit instruction, and when telling them, you come across a word that you don't know, you guess at that word, you're really just doing them a disservice. So I'm very happy to see that is also stated in the bill, that will not continue. So, a couple of comments on what has come up today for questions. I know that Representative Cordelli was asked who are the interested parties that were in that specific professional development. I was there. It was a summer professional development. In my district, it was voluntary. I saw every group of teachers who are there representing their schools and districts, engaged, working on projects to get the ball rolling and being able to implement a screener and provide the interventions and all of that. I would not, as a teacher, many years as far as professional development goes, yes, sometimes there is mandatory professional development that schools will implement in their school and say, oh, it's professional development day. We're bringing this into our school and we want you to be there and learn about it. But there are many, 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 many opportunities that teachers voluntarily go to. And having a large network of people that I work with and colleagues and that, I would say, to answer that question, who are the people who are interested? I would say all teachers who care about kids. We have way too many kids in this state who are not reading proficiently, and we have an answer to it, and I feel that it's time for us to act. I would also say that any teachers in the district, which I think there are 2,500 or maybe 3,000, I could be wrong, who went through the letters training, I could almost guarantee that they would certainly be in favor of the amendment to this bill and getting the ball rolling with this legislation. Just looking to see if there are any other questions. The grade level. Someone asked about the grade level directive measures. I think you had asked about that. Those are determined, based on the research. Certain assessments have been put in place in schools, certain screeners, like for example, Dibbles or Ames Web, those type of screeners, and they have certain criteria that need to be met by each grade level. So for a kindergartner, it would be looking at, phonemic awareness, letter sound knowledge, letter sound correspondences, can they blend sounds together? And then for first grade, it's going to ask for those skills and a little bit more. And each grade level has a different set of subtests that enable the school to gather the data that they need for that particular grade level. Does that make sense? So that's where that comes in. So not every student would be tested. I think it goes A through H here. Not every grade level would need each one of these subtests to determine that they are at grade level. I think that is all I had. Does anybody have any questions for me? I thought maybe I could
That's
answer
my
a few
job.
questions.
Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you, and thank you very much for addressing the question that I had asked Representative Cordelli earlier. A question along that line, though, is how are those benchmarks established? Because my understanding is the New Hampshire Department of Education has been shifting proficiency benchmarks in the last couple of years. I'm not quite sure in response to what, but we did hear from them that they've been shifting, and then the second part of my question, if I may have a second part to this, would be how would this be implemented? What would it take to implement this in the school that you work in?
Sure. So as far as the state, schools look at grade level standards and try to meet those standards, and the assessments can vary per school district as far as what they give students to help determine if they're progressing and meeting grade level benchmarks. As far as, what the state is actually asking schools to do, I mean, there's the SAS, right? And, that's the assessment that's given once a year in grades, I believe it's 3 and up. Yeah, the statewide assessment, yep. So I know that that data is looked at the state level, but there's nothing in place right now that at the state level that I believe in that actually looks at the screeners and progress monitoring that's done in schools. That's what I see happening with this bill being put into place. And as far as how something like this would be put into place, I do hear you guys as far as, you know, personnel and the finance and that whole end of it. But, you know, schools could certainly use some guidance on having an efficient model. I know that the district is now talking about MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. This bill would align nicely with that. And basically that system of support, if you're not familiar with it, works just like this bill does basically. You know, you're screening students, you're looking at the data, you're providing interventions where interventions are needed, continuing to monitor students and that type of thing. There are 3 tiers. So there'd be the tier 2 instruction, the tier 3 instruction. Tier 3 isn't necessarily specialized instruction, special ed, but sometimes it is. So I think that this bill aligns nicely. I think individual schools would need to look at their personnel, their model, their systems. That's a lot of what we had learned at that workshop over the summer was, you know, it's a systems change. But in the schools that I've worked in, I think one of the best things schools can do is look at their personnel and say, where are their strengths? What are their training? And how can we make this work within our school by shifting some of our structures within the school? I think schools that do have, you know, reading specialists and a reading team are certainly going to be able to tackle this more so than schools that don't. But I do believe that the majority of schools now have reading specialists. A lot of schools have now taken on the role that I have, a special ed reading specialist, in addition to their regular ed reading specialist. So schools that have teams like that could certainly take this on.
Thank you.
Any further questions? And, oh yes, Representative Lekis?
Thank you. Thank you for coming and speaking to us. So do you feel that this bill is doable?
I do. I do. The components that I can speak to as, you know, my role, certainly I do. I've seen similar structures happening in schools that may just need to be boosted up a little bit, tweaked here and there. But there are screeners that are actually free that you can use and that I've used in schools that have helped us monitor progress and put students into intervention groups. And I've seen great gains when you have, you know, highly qualified teachers and interventionists working with students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? And, yes.
A question of the chair. I don't know if there are any more cards in there, but I was wondering if we might be able to hear from the School Administrators Association, because I do have a question with respect to implementation, and given the fact that a lot of school districts passed their budget for next year yesterday or Saturday or tomorrow. Yeah.
The recent passing of, or passing budgets tomorrow is of significant concern for many reasons, not just this bill.
Right,
but
right,
yes,
right,
if anybody else would like to speak to answer Representative Luno's question, that would be appreciated.
Great.
Yep.
And so I think, yeah, I think my question to the chair was made the question very clear. But implementation of a comprehensive program like that, given the fact that that budgets are in the final approval process right now, and that implementation in this bill would begin January of 2025, halfway through the school year. Thank you, Dr. Furrow.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee this morning, and happy to answer any questions. I was not prepared. I actually came from an event to get over here for because we were supposed to have somebody in the audience for the next bill, so the work session. So anyway, getting to the point, and thank you for the opportunity to address it. There are school districts who have already adopted their budgets for next year, or will be having pretty important votes tomorrow, or over the next weekend. If any live in the area may have seen the issues that the Pembroke School District are faced with, and the potential for a huge budget cut coming from the floor of their school district meeting. School districts are not in a position right now to be adding additional staff to implement any piece of legislation, to be quite honest, whether it's this or any decisions that are made moving forward. The budgets for next year are adopted within the next weeks for the most part, and the significant shifting that is suggested, we can't find people to do some of these jobs right now. There are challenges in a number of districts, and I had the opportunity to meet around the state in different regions, and just finding folks, let alone quality folks, that are trained and able to do this. And this is not a condemnation to this bill and the curriculum that's advocated. The letters training, we have a staff member who's attended the letters training. It's fantastic. The money, however, in all of the grants that people talk about are drying up. School districts are hitting major decisions with staffing and supporting the monies that are being appropriated. And so every time a decision is made to spend local funds, it's one more crushing blow to local school districts. And it's not about the methodology here. Teaching kids the components of this bill is the right thing to do. But where do we find it's not just finding a warm body. We can't find people to do the lunchroom, let alone to teach kids, struggling readers, how to read. Thank you.
Direct follow-up.
All right.
So thank you very much, Dr. Frew. So if we were able to set aside the fact that it's difficult to hire people, let's assume we could find whoever school districts needed to implement this. Do you believe there's a way of estimating the statewide local cost to provide to implement this bill, K3 3 times a year? And I think there's some other, I think I saw maybe something through 5th grade too somewhere, but to implement this bill, a way to estimate the statewide cost to implement this bill, statewide serving, 165,000-ish students.
Thank you for the question, Representative. There's always a way. It's a question of how efficient and how robust the data is and what the current data shows. Right? Every school district has different numbers of the number of children that might need these interventions. Right? So everybody has that information. It's collecting it and translating that to appropriate tier 2 level support and the potential for special education implications. Those are the wild cards, if you will, and perhaps over time that could be done, but I don't see how that could be done in the next 60 days or 90 days or.
Thank you. Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. That brings me to my question. If we were to change the effective date, because the budgeting process is largely underway, in terms of making this bill ready for the next budget, would that address a lot of your concerns?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. It would certainly give a runway for people to determine the financial impact, as well as the state, to be honest, to help support local school districts, because and just let me cite an example that I'm familiar with. All right, when I was a superintendent at Kearsarge, because of our budget situation, as superintendent, I had to be prepared to present my budget for the following year to the school board by September 1st. Think about that. September 1st. And then there were a series of school board meetings and municipal budget committee meetings throughout all of the towns so that they could have a deliberative session the first Saturday in January and then vote by ballot the second Tuesday in March on the ballot. So those are kind of the timelines that would be needed for legislation to take effect in 2026 or 2025, whatever. Thank you.
I actually have a question. What do you think the academic outcome for students would be if we do not enact this legislation?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I'm not arguing that the legislation doesn't need to be enacted. I believe that academic outcomes can improve significantly throughout our state, given the right conditions, the right learning conditions. And that seldom takes place. The conditions for learning seldom take place in a conversation in the legislature, but they take place all the time in classrooms and offices in our state and in our communities. So I do believe there's hope to improve the performance. Absolutely there is. And we have instruments and tools in the toolkit that can be available, but they all cost the resources of time in the school day and demands on staffing.
Thank you. We do have another hearing coming up, so is this really pertinent to this, or can it wait for our executive session? You can. I just wanted to make sure that we know we have an agenda to keep today too.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I represent about half of Sullivan County, which includes Claremont, Croydon, Sunapee, and several other small towns. It's been referenced by prior speakers, Claremont, as is frequently an example of a inadequately funded, struggling school system. I think there are some amazing professionals in Claremont who work very, very hard at educating students, but they are the training ground, and then the stability question that was mentioned earlier is very real. Further foundation for my question, Croydon in our K-4 school has a basically 4-person staffing, and we have been absent one full-time staff member for 2 consecutive years. So with those examples, and there are many, many others throughout the state, as you know, would you comment on what we need to be doing to provide the staffing that would support this kind of bill? You've said that you're not opposed to the programming, the screening and programming in the bill, but that we simply don't have the people we need. So what would help?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I do believe that there has to be flexibility and decision-making available at the local level for staffing in the ways that they feel fit for the 4-person Croydon staff or Manchester. There has to be flexibility and opportunity to entertain talented individuals locally. And then the small rural communities see this every day. Up the Upper Valley, along the river, up in the North Country, staffing is a major problem. So we have to have flexibility to help accommodate and make accommodations for those staff. Maybe it was here the meeting that I was in 2 hours ago that was talking about making accommodations for staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? And seeing none, we will close the hearing on the non-germane amendment to House Bill 1015. We'll take a 5-minute break before we begin our next session.
our work session on the various structures, organizations of schools in the state. And just to make sure, does everybody on the committee have one of these packets? Because we'll look at that first before we look at,
Yeah, right.
yeah. Okay, what I put together is just so folks will have an understanding of what some of these agreements look like between cooperative school districts, seeing that the bills which we're dealing with today are not all cooperative school districts, but they do allude and speak to various issues referencing cooperative school districts. So I do have, if there's anybody out there that maybe wants to follow along, there are a couple extras of these right here now. If somebody would like, does anybody want to have a copy? There's two extras right there. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to give her this one and I'll take the original. But I'll use this one to work through. Barrett, are you willing to enter in part of this discussion? So you might want to come up to the table if you would, please. I know you're the resident guru on a lot of this. But in moving forward now, in looking at that first sheet which you have there, which there's 5 pages to it, it lists the cooperative school districts which we have. Now, granted, yes, this is written July 1, 2017, but those cooperative school districts are pretty much here, and you can look at the message which that provides you, starting off with Conocook and looking down through Derry, Dresden, etc. As you move down, as you're looking at the co-op names on the left-hand side, you'll see a small check mark by some of them. Those are ones where we have copies of the agreements when they were originally put together, so that you can follow that up and look at the agreement which is governing that particular district. But in looking at this, I also underlined for you various sections under each one of those which show the apportionment ratio between average daily membership and equalized property valuation. There's some co-ops here that fund totally based upon ADM, only that. There's some that use the some kind of a ratio perhaps for capital costs, capital improvements. There's others that might be funding 90% ADM, 10% based upon equalized property valuation. And I don't know the exact date in which cooperative school districts, but we're basically going back to the 1960s and when they came about. And some of these agreements were established and haven't been really changed since that time, but the individual town or district has, in terms of property valuation, in terms of population of students. And this has become a bone of contention between many of the districts. One of the districts, which you'll see in this report here, after you'll see all the agreements, let's see where that one is located. There was a report, an investigation done pursuant to what was going on with the district in which we have up north, where the town of Carroll is a part of that particular co-op. And they've had a number of appeals which have gone right to the state board saying, you know, we're paying how much money per student? It's over $40,000 per student, whereas you might have some of the smaller other towns within only paying $9,000 per student. And they're saying our population's changed, our economic base in the community is certainly not the same as it was back then, and it's simply not affordable. That's something we may want to look at. When you look at the town of Carroll and Dalton and Jefferson, Lancaster, Whitefield, you can see that the town of Carroll has very few students in relation to, perhaps others. So that is something we might want to look at. I'm just going through this very quickly. Also, we have had in the past a number of bills dealing with how people on the co-op board are elected, and do they have to be coming from the specific town in which they're representing, or are they voted at large? You have some co-ops where all members are voted at large. I live in one. There's others which are very, very different from that. And so I have asked Barrett to come forward and explain a little bit about some of these agreements and some of the issues which we've encountered. We certainly have more information to explain some of that. The last article in this whole packet, you can see there's about a lawmaker proposes the dissolving co-op school districts totally and reworking and going forward. He's sitting to my right. And that article is, he has some wonderful, phrases in there, which he's explained to the Concord Monitor, but in dealing with even the concept of going with tuition programs rather than the co-op. So look at that as well. But Barrett, welcome. And if you have anything that I think what the whole objective of this is just kind of give a little prefix to the whole issue of co-ops and why they maybe were established and how they exist today, and are they doing what they were initially sought to be doing?
Sure. Thank you very much, Chairman Ladd. Good morning, members of the committee. I don't have anything specific to really say, more here just to be a resource as the committee is sorting through. I think it's a half a dozen or so co-op bills. A little history of the cooperative school districts, though. If you look through the document that Chairman Ladd handed out, you'll see that many of the cooperative school districts were formed within maybe a 3 or 4 year period in sort of the early and mid 1960s. That was because the general co-op law that we know it today, as we know it today, RSA 195, that version is the law as you know it today has its origins, not entirely, but mostly in about 1963. There was a statewide effort, spearheaded in part by the legislature and by the Department of Education at the time, to regionalize school districts as a cost-saving mechanism, essentially. Rather than having, say, a high school for each town, some of these small towns with 1,000 people, 1,200 people, it didn't make sense for them to have their own high school from a fiscal standpoint. But they also wanted those communities to not just tuition districts over the river and through the woods, as we like to say. They wanted that community to have some stake or buy-in or skin in the game, if you will, in not just facilities, but administrative functions as well, too, and the district as a whole. We use this phrase, a cooperative school district or a regional school district. And the legislature, again, this is sort of just going back from my own research. The purpose of the cooperative school districts circa 1963 was to regionalize school districts, to build high schools, because most of these towns would obviously have their own sort of K through 5, K through 6, K through 8 school district. And also share some of the costs with that would be attenuated from building a facility. Curiously, as some members of the committee may know, they built the building aid program in RSA 198-15, wherever that is in the statute, where if you're a cooperative school district, you received more building aid based on the number of school districts that you had within your cooperative school district. If you had a 3-town co-op, you got a certain percent of your building aid. If you had a 4-town co-op, you got another 5%, a 5-town co-op, another 5% on top of that. And also, sort of curiously, my understanding is that the Commissioner of Education at the time, back in the late 50s and early 60s, he went on a barnstorming tour of the state to sell the idea to the local communities, saying that this is a good idea. The state will help you build your high school. We'll regionalize. We'll save money on administrative costs, on facility costs, and also everybody would have stake in the game, if you will, in that political subdivision, the cooperative school district. We know that, fast forward now 50 years ago, or 50 years since, we hear rumblings from time to time in a co-op here or a co-op there about one town perhaps wanted to withdraw from the co-op, or one town is not not in favor of the apportionment method that the voters have adopted previously. So we've had some bills in this committee, a number of bills, I'd say the last 6 years or so, addressing co-ops. Some have gone through, some have not. I think Chairman Ladd is so sick of me saying this, but I'm going to say it again since I have the microphone, that I think we need the study commission, sir. Again, NHSBA's recommendation going back a number of years would be a 2-year study commission to look at RSA 195 in its entirety, in its totality. And Chairman Ladd and I, we've talked about this, and I know why that's not an option right now, but I'm gonna keep saying it until I get my way, I guess. I kid. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, there are also pockets, NHSBA's position generally with the number of co-op bills that we've had the last number of years is that I think the law as it's written the law is not perfect. There's room for change and updating and throughout RSA 195. I won't dispute that. But I think the statutes as they are allow for resolution of the issues that may be popping up in one particular town or one particular co-op. I also will say too, there are 32 cooperative school districts across the state. From time to time on any particular bill, we'll get people representing one co-op, two co-ops, maybe 3 co-ops to come and testify either in favor of the bill or whatnot. But I think by and large, the way the co-ops are operating statewide anyway, seems to be the people in those communities, again, just anecdotally from what I'm hearing and from seeing people that come down to Concord to testify, that by and large things work well with the current structure and within current articles of agreement that create these cooperative school districts. So I don't know. I think I'm just kind of rambling at this point. I mean, I'm certainly happy to answer any questions or be whatever resource I can for the committee, but without a specific question directed at me, it's just kind of babbling along.
Okay, maybe one thing we can do that sort of might generate some questions. Let's turn to one of these articles of agreement. Let's turn to the one dealing with Gorham, Randolph, and Shelburne. I picked one from the North Country. So that if you can hunt through your packet here and come down to the agreement that deals with that, there's not page numbers. It's about
maybe a quarter, third of the way
down in.
It's up in the.
It says 95-5. In other words, 95% of the cost is based upon ADM and the 5% based upon equalized property valuation. One of the things I like about what they have in their article agreement, and which is something that Representative Cordelli and I have talked about in the past, is that if you see going down where it says members of the cooperative school board shall be elected by the voters, and going through and reading that, of the pre-existing districts they represent and must be residents of those pre-existing districts. The at-large shall be elected by vote of the 3 pre-existing districts. Voting will be by the individual town's checklist. All members elected subsequent to the organizational meeting shall be elected to 3-year terms at the regular town elections. And it goes on, reapportionment of the cooperative school board may be proposed at any time in accordance with New Hampshire statute. But in any case, the apportionment as specified above shall be subject to review for possible amendments in 2010 and every 5 years thereafter. Some districts do not have this phraseology at the bottom there, where they're required to look at these agreements every 5 years. But then you have to look at, okay, who's making that decision and where are all the votes weighted? They're weighted to the town, of course, that loves what they've got going on, maybe. So looking at this, they have 11 people on their board. Boards have to have an odd number, anywhere up to, 13? I believe 13 or 15.
Manchester is 15, but because
15.
they're a city, they may be a little bit different. I believe Rochester is 13, but again, a city, their charter may be different. I think the largest that I'm aware of would be Conval, which I think is either 11 or 13.
Yeah. So let's just open this up to some of the questions and issues that people may have in their minds right now in terms of the cooperative school districts. Apportionment. or how they pay. You know, if you look at that town of going further north where I talk about Carroll and Dresden and Whitefield and that, there is one particular community that's getting hammered pretty hard, and yet they can't get out because they don't have votes to get out. Yes, Representative Dry.
I think you may have hit, one of the nails on the head. And unfortunately, we don't have Fall Mountain's
Our
original agreement. Yeah, because I think there is one town that has a better equalized value is the problem, but the contract was, or the original agreement was based on ADM. How do you change that if things have changed since 1966?
Barrett, could you walk through, for example, how this occurs? Because there has to be certain votes and then a recommendation goes forward to the State Board of Education. You have two reports going up and the State Board has to make a decision on one or the other.
Well, that's only if a town is looking to withdraw from
That's
a
if they're trying to
cooperative
get
school.
out.
In terms of changing the articles of agreement, that's simply a vote of the body, of the voters of that cooperative school district. And I understand in some concerns that if the town has a quote unquote good deal and they've got the larger population, there's I understand there's not necessarily an incentive for them to change the apportionment formula or whatever it might be to the stated or alleged detriment to one of the other towns in the cooperative school district. One of NHSBA's frustrations is that when we're talking about and I'll get to the appeal in a second, Representative Ladd, when we get to, and I'm not going to go on a school funding rant or tangent here, but when people are complaining about their property taxes, that gets back to the mechanism with which we fund our schools. It's as simple as that. One town is going to pay more. It can't be even. It's just not going to be. The mathematics just don't work out. If you've got 100 kids, you're going to pay a higher rate than the town that has 500 kids in that co-op. That's just the economics of it. So, in terms of appealing to the cooperative, appealing to withdraw, there is a process in statute. I believe it's 195 colon. I'm sorry. It's in RSA 195. I forget the specific subchapter of that. I'm looking at it now. Is it 18, maybe 19? Where a town can put on the warrant article. You can do this both at the cooperative school district, or if you're the pre-existing town, you can put it on your town warrant, not necessarily the school district warrant, to initiate a study of your current cooperative school district. And the town that initiates that can look at withdrawing from a cooperative school district. They can look at changing the articles of agreement. If they are looking to withdraw, there's a process in statute where they have to go through I believe it's a 180-day study committee locally, and statute tells you who has to be on the committee. They look at the numbers, they look at the apportionment, and then that vote is sent out. We changed that law. Was that just last year? We changed the law for the 3/5 voting and calculating the vote on withdrawal. If the withdrawal goes through, it has to go to the State Board of Education to make sure that the withdrawal plan has all the elements that the statute requires that are checked off. I don't think the State Board has any particular authority to weigh in whether or not they think the withdrawal is a good idea or a bad idea. It's more, does the plan list all the things that the statute says that plan has to include, and then it goes back to the voters again. If the State Board of Law allows the withdrawal, I believe it goes back to the voters again to formalize the vote upon withdrawing. So that town then withdraws from that cooperative school district. They are no longer a community in that cooperative school district. The last the last cooperative school district that I think we've had a couple here and there break apart, a town here, a town there over the last maybe 15 years. I think the most significant one to my recollection would be the Monadnock Regional School District. They had 2 or 3 towns withdraw, I want to say in the mid to late 2000s. Surrey, for example, withdrew. Sullivan withdrew. I believe Hinsdale used to be part of Monadnock, if I'm not mistaken, as well too. So that was probably like 2008, 2009. There have not been too many co-op withdrawals that I can think of off the top of my head in the last maybe 15 years or so.
Yes.
Thank you. And so just to expand on that, I'm not sure that withdrawal is the answer in that case, because they tried it withdrawal and it didn't pass.
Right.
So you're saying that it might just be the terms of the cooperative district is the answer, but the terms are not what they want. And so you're saying the better they can do that internally.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, so I should have clarified starting from the beginning. Cooperative school districts, and somewhere in the packet, are governed by what are called Articles of Agreement. It's essentially a contract between the communities that have chosen to form this cooperative school district and create this cooperative school district. Those Articles of Agreement can be altered or amended. It has to be approved by the voters, obviously. But you don't have to go to the State Board of Education. You don't have to go to the Department of Education. I think you have an obligation to submit your new Articles of Agreement to the department, but they're not involved in the process at all. And but so yeah, you can change your apportionment formulas. You can change, is it population, is it property values, whatever that might be. That can be done sort of internally by a study group of the board, if you will, or the communities, and then put out to the voters to change the Articles of Agreement. Thank you.
Representative Lekis?
If you have a small school district or a number of small school districts and a large school district, is it then possible that the small district, which either wants to change the Articles of Confederation or wants to withdraw, can be outvoted by the larger school district and thus actually not be able to do anything?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, we've seen that, and we've heard testimony to that effect the last few years in this room, haven't we? That's one of that was one of the frustrations with some individuals that came and spoke that, excuse me, they're in the smallest town within the co-op, and so they know co-op wide they'll never have the votes to change everything. I know we changed the co-op withdraw, I forget the exact number, the 3/5 and supermajorities and things of that nature that this committee and NHSBA worked on. I guess my response to that would be to some degree there needs to be a change of mindset, I think, among whether you're in the small town or the large town. The cooperative school districts were created, again, sort of bringing people together, and the one aspect of creating the co-ops back in the 60s that I didn't mention is that property rich towns were purposely joined with property poor towns, with sort of a recognition that we're all in this together, right? And that, even though I live in town X, I still have a vested interest in making sure the kids in town Y get a proper education as well too. Sort of a statewide recognition. Where was I? So and I understand that if you're elected from town A, you have your first duty is obviously to the constituents in town A that elected you, but you also have further obligations as a school board member to the district as a whole, to all the kids, and not just all the kids, but presumably all the taxpayers and as well, to cooperative. It's a group concept, it's a group mindset. So maybe we need to be able to compromise a little bit more and say, yeah, my taxes may go up a nickel, but next door their taxes are going to go down a dime, and it's still good for everybody. I mean, I'm not the one that has to live that, and I'm not the one that has to negotiate that. But the concept or the notion or the mindset that it's collectively it's what's best for the cooperative school district, and not necessarily what's best for this town or what's best for this town. But I mean, those are decisions made by locally elected officials in their communities. I'm not, that's not for me to say, but rather sort of looking at the broader concept of why we had co-ops to begin with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify for my own sort of benefit how this kind of works. it seems to me that based on the fact that things change, I mean, industries and towns can change, residencies can change over, years and decades. It seems that because there is no mechanism for a single town to reliably initiate a withdrawal by itself from an agreement, that it's at least conceivable that within a district, as things do change and one town may become more property rich or poor, the more towns within that district, or the more original districts within that cooperative district that are benefiting from that change compared to one town that may be not benefiting from that change, it actually seems the more tilted it becomes, the more difficult it is for one town to possibly get out. Is that fairly accurate?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative. That's certainly a fair and reasonable way to look at it. Absolutely.
If you have two districts, A and B, in a co-op, just two, and A wants to get out, okay, it's going to be very difficult for them to get out, seeing that then this district here that remains as a single district is going to have to buy all the capital investment that town A has, and it's a huge cost.
And thank you very much. If I may expound on that, Chairman Ladd. Let's be clear too, the withdrawals and when the study commission is looking at some of these things, it's not always just about, I mean, the ultimate decision, the ultimate factor is not always just about sort of apportionment formula. For example, if there's an outstanding bond on a building, the town that's looking to withdraw, they still owe, even if they withdraw, because that agreement was, they bonded that with that town in there, and those three other communities were counting on the revenue from that fourth community. So and then you've got to pay to get out. Where are the facilities? Who's going to buy the facility? If you have let's say the high school in your town or your community, as opposed to a little elementary school K through 4, that's going to impact what you buy out, what other people have to pay in. There are collective bargaining agreement issues that come into play with this as well too. Because if you have staff that are part of the cooperative school district teachers union, and then a town withdraws that carries half their staff with them, suddenly you're going to have to create a new bargaining unit over here as well too. You're going to have to start from scratch with a new collective bargaining agreement as well too. So it's not always just about taxes. It's about buildings and facilities and staff, and taxes are one part of it. I'm not going to overlook that fact. But there are a myriad of factors that the study committee, has to look at locally when they're considering these factors.
Further, yes, Representative Cordelli, then Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I think, Chairman Ladd, you touched on Carroll and the White Mountain Regional School District. And as in the middle of our packet, there is the letter from the State Board of Education to the White Mountain Regional School District. And it touches on the fact that under 195-29, if the majority of voters reject a plan, the withdrawing districts has the right to appeal to the State Board of Education. But the final outcome from the State Board's investigation of the vote in the White Mountain Regional School District is that the State Board of Education has no authority to reverse the outcome of the election. Right. So basically, they're stuck. I think this was the third or fourth attempt by Carroll to withdraw from that school district. So I think that that goes to the whole voting and makeup problem. But I think switching gears to a different branch, if I might, it reflects also in the membership. And we had a bill this year, and it's on our list here, 1383, that got into a little bit of the membership of the board of the cooperative district. And that goes back to what Chairman Ladd mentioned also. We had a bill in 22 SB 353, and I think a copy is attached, or we have copies, where we tried to address that because I think Mr. Christina mentioned it's a collective, but in many districts, that collective votes for the member of a little town. I know that's the case in our district where poor little Effingham wants to elect someone from their town, which is fine, but the entire cooperative votes on who that member from Effingham should be. So very often, it's the maybe the locality, the largest locality where the SAU is headquartered, everything else, they want their person who they like in Effingham to be on the board. So that's who gets voted in, not necessarily the person that a lot of people in Effingham want, or the majority of. That's the last election. The majority of people in Effingham wanted person X, but person B got voted in because Wolfboro wanted them.
Right.
So I think that's a problem, and that's something we certainly can address.
That's something we do need to address. And going on, just while you're looking at that the co-op that we're talking about, Whitefield, Carroll, and Dresden, that if you go to page 5 and 6, you can see why Carroll's so upset. They're paying $46,000 per pupil. Dalton, Jefferson, Lancaster, and Whitefield pay $9,100, $14,700, $5,700, $9,700 per pupil. If you lived in Carroll, would you have, a concern? In that investigation findings that that Representative Cordelli was mentioning, that report, if you look at pages 5 and 6 of that report, at the bottom of page 5, you'll see, yet Carroll pays a per pupil tuition rate of $46,000.
It's about halfway through the packet.
And on the top of page 6, you can see 1, 2, 3, the other 4 districts, what they pay. $9,000, $14,000, $5,000, $9,000 per pupil. This is why Carroll has gone to the state board so many times on this. And remember, you have to have, when you're trying to get out, you have to write a report which is going to deal with sustainability and how you're going to function, and then move on. Then 2 reports go to the state board. And the state board looks at it and sees if you checked all those budget boxes. It comes back, and of course, it's like a Gorham, where you have 6 board members coming from Gorham, 1 from Shelburne, and 1 from Randolph, and 3 at large. And you can see how that's all going to stack up. Gorham's going to have the 6. That's out of a board of 11. They already have a majority, but then they control the at large as well.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So thanks. And I do recall, I found the page you referenced, and I do recall having this conversation, I think, on several bills that we've looked at over the last few terms. But even looking at the recommendation on the bottom of page of that report, page 5, it talks about how back in 1963 something was a certain way, and over 5 decades things have changed, and now the ratios are out of whack.
That's correct.
Right. So I guess sort of stepping back from, there's all these sort of acute problems that have developed over the last 50, 60 years with a lot of these co-ops. What's the general what's the committee's feeling, in terms of how we go about addressing this thing? Because at one point these were contracts between, an agreement among towns that they all liked the terms of the agreement. And as I think a lot of people probably know, agreements, along with a lot of other things, don't necessarily age really, really well. And that's why a lot of agreements have breakup terms and stuff like that in them. And unfortunately, a lot of these didn't have terms that would deconstruct. You know what? I've heard some things in the past, like the general court doesn't interfere with private contracts and things like that. And I don't know to what extent these are considered to be private contracts, but clearly, and I agree with you, Mr. Chair, that something needs to be done. The only thing I can sort of relate to, you know, in a similar, you know, and similar situation affected a lot of people is some work that the legislature did several years back with respect to agreements and what do they call it? Condominiums and you know, co-op things, because a lot of those did not have standardized terms and conditions or and it was I remember it was really frustrating, and I was on Commerce at the time, because it's like now the state is looking at interfering with private contracts, but these things don't age well. So the question is, what there's one thing about cleaning these little acute things up piece by piece, or setting something that ends up being
See, I think that I hear where you're driving, and I think that's the frustration that we had, and that was what I think generated Representative Cordelli's bill. Break them all up and let's start over from scratch. You know, it's you know, you look at Whitefield and you look at their ratio of, you know, we were just talking about it, where it's 60% based upon ADM and 40% on equalized valuation. What happens if property values are changing, but we're still at that 40%, or the population's changing, but we're still at that other ratio? But then if we do increase that, it's
what are we going to do again in another 20
Yes,
years?
exactly. It's gonna come around again.
You're going to have acute problems again.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So, Representative Damon? Representative Tanner, you are next, excuse me, then Representative Damon.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess I was started teaching in '69, so Kearsarge had just formed as a cooperative. So I remember a lot of the haggling and wrangling and everything that went on, and the fact that they did put property rich towns with property not rich towns. And I think the Kearsarge has gone back several times and redone their articles of agreement. It seems from sitting on this committee, because this comes up all the time, that that you can pinpoint maybe 5 to 10 cooperatives in the state that are knocking at the door all the time, have the same complaint all the time, with one small town, or the fact that, you know, the cooperative isn't working. Rather than throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because there is an economy of scale. And we've also talked about how top-heavy schools are with administration, and this kind of excuse me, puts the administration together. Why don't we identify, excuse me, those that are having problems and speak to those?
Right. I think I got the gist there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I don't know if there was so much a question in there, if that was directed at me, Representative, but I mean, that's sort of one way to look at it as well too. The other thing too, I don't know if this is a problem, but just sort of for the historical background for members of the committee, we see that a lot of the districts, the co-ops were formed in 1963, 1964, 1965. It's my understanding, this is not, don't take this as gospel, because I don't know for certain, but it's my understanding is that the Department of Education developed sort of a template articles of agreement and then shipped it out to everybody. And then you know, there was a tweak here and a tweak there, but if you were to look at it, those that were adopted from say 63 to about 66 or 68, they're all probably about 80% similar. And then there were some local changes here or there as well too. So sort of to Representative Luno's point, there's no escape clause. It's not like we signed a prenup when we enter this marriage, right? And say upon dissolution of the cooperative school district, we're going to have to, get it here or there. Now we're trying to figure that out now, 60 years into these contracts having been in place. I do like the idea, Representative Chairman Ladd, you pointed to the Gorham, Shelburne, Randolph language that, they have built in that we'll review these every 5 years. Statutory language, I think I'd probably go every 10 years, just because if you do it every 5 years, you're going to be doing it all the time then. But I think I don't think NHSBA would have any particular objection to that. And at the very least, it's probably a best practice anyway, that you're looking at your property tax rates, your apportionment rates, your student population rates, your town population rates, because those could be very different, and certainly different than they are or were when these articles of agreement were initiated 60 years ago or whatnot.
Representative Damon, then Representative Balboni, and then another hand I saw down here.
Thank you. So I think one of my two questions may have just been answered, but just to confirm. So has there not previously been an effort to put into statute a requirement to revise or at least review and possibly revise the Articles of Agreement every X number of years? Has that ever been attempted to put in statute?
We've had a lot of talk about this.
I don't think,
but I don't think we've ever had.
I don't think there's ever been a bill.
And there's been concurrence on this idea.
Right.
But we've never gone forward with something that we may start considering.
And then I have
Why not?
Right. Yeah.
I think there were other issues which were really surfacing. We had, issues for how people are getting elected to the board, advisory budgets and all that. Those kind of surfaced to the top. And this other one, which snuck underneath the radar the whole time, we never got to, which I think that's something that we could handle and probably go forward with something. There were several other people
I
first
had
here.
one more.
Yes.
Thank you. So the other question is also, has there ever been an effort to put into statute with actual bill proposed a cap on the per student responsibility? And I don't mean an actual dollar cap, but in proportion. So when you look at like the White Mountains district and the huge disproportion between Carroll and what the other towns pay, has there ever been an effort to put in statute for all co-ops?
Well, we do have, the first bill on the docket is 1195. That's dealing with different methods for apportionment. But take a look at Lincoln.
Sir, that's for SAU costs. That's not for
Okay, that was it.
co-ops.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
okay. But if you look at like Lincoln Woodstock, which is a cooperative, they don't apportion based upon ADM or equalize. They do it just a percentage by town.
Yeah.
Lincoln has 65%, Woodstock 35%. That's it.
And it wouldn't surprise me either if that's reflective of the student population as well too. I don't know, but I'm just saying it may. Maybe 65% of the population is from that town, 35% is from the other town.
It could
I'm
be.
just guessing.
I don't.
Yeah.
I didn't read their agreement on that, but there's some real issues up in that particular community with the value of the ski areas and all that, and the equalized property valuation is high, and that's and some of the incomes of those working at these resorts is low, and there be the issue. There were Representative Myler. There was somebody else. Representative Balboni. Representative Balboni, you had your hand up before everybody up front here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually kind of a wide question. When the governor spoke at his State of the State address, and one of the things that we hear from the governor and the current education commissioner is that with declining school enrollments, that we need to be looking more at consolidations. And all we keep hearing is about how people don't want to consolidate. So it seems like just a big philosophical issue in terms of where we're going here. And I don't know what kind of a question that is, but
Well, it's exactly what Vermont went through. And if you read the paper this last weekend, when they went forward with they've already had their town meetings. School board meetings, 1/3 of all the towns in Vermont voted down the school budgets.
Correct. And they're
They're in a mess because they did this so-called consolidation.
Yeah, they consolidated. They're still finagling it, but it was about maybe 5 years ago. They went from, I had the numbers somewhere, and I mean, we know Maine tried consolidation 15, 16 years ago. That didn't go well. But concurrently, we had, co-ops that were seeking to break up, and the process for withdrawing from your school administrative unit, your SAU, is as easy as can be. I mean, we have 20 more more than that. I started in NHSBA in 2005. I believe we had 84 SAUs. Littleton was the most recent to withdraw. We're up to 107 now, if I'm not mistaken. So more than one a year, and that's just the SAU. I get the issues are different, but we're seeing the breaking apart in New Hampshire, where our neighbors were looking at consolidation.
Yeah, that's, well, it was Representative Maya.
Yeah.
Representative Leck, then Representative Myler, and
Everybody else.
So I guess my question is, even if we say we're going to look at these every 5 years or every 10 years or whatever we say, we still have the issue of a big town controlling it. And how do we deal with that?
I mean, thank you for the question. I mean, I know you're sort of putting that out there almost philosophically and not a direct answer. I mean, one of the, when we talked about some of the voting bills and how the people are going to be elected from whatnot, and I forget the representative's name. I believe she was from the Hillsborough Deering, and she talked about how Deering has 2,000 people, Hillsborough has 4,000 people, but yet the 4,000 people in Hillsborough still get to vote for the Deering rep as well too, and that's what you explained as well too, Representative Cordelli. We can make a system where only the Deering residents vote for the Deering rep, and only the Hillsborough people vote, reps vote for the. But what you're still going to run into is, because of the one man, one vote provisions, the bigger town is going to have more representatives than the small town. So, that's going to be, so whatever vote is before the people or the election or the warrant article or the bond, that's kind of, that's the nature of what it is.
I think the last time we looked at this systemically was the Grenier look, and that was what, 2016, something like that.
16/17.
Yeah, something like that. And,
that's in the packet, that report.
Yeah, it's in there.
And the concern I guess I have as we look at this, as we look at the multiple issues that have emerged just this morning, is, we can try to piecemeal this thing together, or we can try to have a more global look at this, because I do think that the conditions have changed. We've mentioned several: student count, apportionment, et cetera. I don't know, maybe that would, I'm not trying to kick the can down the road here, but I guess I'd rather kick it down the road and get something substantive than trying to continue to just piecemeal this thing together with some kind of a commission or a group that could look at this and say, okay, let's look at the funding, let's look at the governance section of it, let's look at the student population section. And then the charge to that group would be to come back with some legislative recommendations, so that it would be a full package looking at this, rather than just continuing to do a little bit here, a little bit there, not really addressing the totality of it. I mean, this clearly is an issue that needs to be addressed, and I just trying to figure out a way to look at this from a systemic standpoint rather than just from a piecemeal standpoint. So that would be the concern that I would have.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. In terms of a length of time for reviewing the Articles of Agreement, I'll just read the last sentence from the bill SB 353 in terms of reapportionment. It says reapportionment of members of the Cooperative School Board should be reviewed, revised, and updated no less frequently than every 10 years, and reapportioned if necessary based upon the latest federal decennial census and pursuant to several RSAs. So that was that. But in terms of addressing maybe the districts that aren't happy, I'd be actually, I was thinking of this as an amendment back in 2022 when I introduced it, but my dissolution and repeal of cooperative school districts, I'd be very glad to upfront put in a common phrase, if you like your co-op, you can keep it. We've heard that phrase applied to many things before, so I'd be glad to reintroduce it with that amendment.
And
2022, it was SB 353, and it was an amendment number, I think it's in your packet.
there is a rough draft of that amendment in the packet.
I've got copies of the actual amendment.
And this helped generate what Representative Cordelli just mentioned. And you'll see the last sentence on the third page there. It does talk about the 10-year reapportionment timeframe and et cetera, and using that census. Okay, were there other questions on this right now? This is just sort of just opening up these questions and issues that are associated with co-ops, and it's just laden with questions. Representative, Representative Lepus.
Thank you. All of this just kind of, I started writing down a maybe, an idea. If we take a vote in each co-op, town by town, and if all the towns in a particular co-op are happy with it, we're done. If not, they have a certain amount of time to come up, to change whatever, to try to come up with something that when we take that vote again, if they all agree now, cool, they're done. If they don't agree, it gets dissolved and we start over. Just an idea that I was just thinking of.
Representative Damon?
Thank you. I'm going back a good bit in this discussion because I just want to make the observation that if one were to replace co-ops or some co-ops with dissolve them and with tuitioning the students, towns that tuition students have no representation on the school boards of those school districts. They have basically you're paying your tuition, but you do not have any voting opportunity to influence what is happening for your students, even if all your students go to the same community.
I'm trying to recall, do we have any co-ops in co-ops?
I mean, yeah, I mean, you
Yes,
have one
I
up
think
in,
we
you
do.
have one up in
Isn't
Hastewell.
that Romney? And
No.
those up all the way up to Campton?
Oh,
Down-
is that
and down
SE 48?
south- And down south
Is that the
to,
part of the Plymouth Co-op?
Holderness-
Yeah,
in,
Pemmy Baker?
I think we have co-ops within co-ops.
Well, I mean, you have, Woodsville is a co-op, isn't it? Isn't that?
No, Haverhill's,
Haverhill was, because there were the two districts within the town.
That's right.
That's what Derry is essentially. Derry is a whole other weird animal that I don't even know how that, I think that took an act of the legislature to get created, if I'm not mistaken.
But when we were dealing with Bridgewater last year.
Yeah.
There is one up there that has.
Oh, no,
they're tied to the southern district there.
There's a couple co-ops in SAU 35, which is like Bethlehem, Profile, Lafayette Regional. There's I without pulling up the Department of Education list, there is a co-op within a co-op.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe the one in SAU 35 that you're thinking of, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, further discussion, maybe, yes.
There's also a co-op, Dresden, which includes the town in Vermont.
Yeah.
And that's what messed up, because they have Norwich,
Yeah.
Vermont.
Yeah.
And Norwich takes their kids to Hanover High School.
Right.
That created a nightmare in terms of when they were mandated to be K through 12 in Vermont.
Right.
And Norwich is saying, oh, no, we're K through 12 in this relationship across the river.
Right.
With intergovernmental district.
Yeah.
And it just tore apart everything they're trying to do in that state. Okay, I think what we ought to do is look at several of these bills here and wade through a couple of them first. The 1195 is a bill which relative to allowing school districts to approve different apportionment methods for school administrative units, SAUs, which is a different animal. Any discussion on that one right now? 1195. Yes, Representative Balboni.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my district, my SAU. So I know a little bit about it, what's going on
Help
there.
us out.
They're not happy with the apportionment methods that's being used, and I had inquired whether they had tried to just talk within the SAU itself to try to get it resolved, and there seems to be some question whether or not legally they can. As far as I know, it has not been brought up at the SAU level in terms of a discussion.
Is there anybody who needs some help in trying to define what an SAU is organizationally? No? Representative Balboni, you had your, not necessarily in that question, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on everything we were just talking about for a while and understanding, let me see if this makes sense to anybody else based on this bill. So the potential problem I'm seeing, I don't know how this would actually play out in the real world, but hypothetically anyway, it seems that this is a situation where we've just heard that a number of, districts, original districts within a cooperative district could be in a position where the one town could get more and more sort of tilted over time against it, and it can't really do much about it because the Articles of Agreement do not allow it to withdraw unilaterally, nor does New Hampshire law as of right now. It seems to me that this would actually have the potential to make it considerably worse for them, because it would allow that same sort of majority within the school board to vote to change the apportionment method in such a way that it could actually become worse for that town that's already being disadvantaged outside of the current Articles of Agreement. It's like we're intervening in a way that could really make this worse unless I'm missing something.
The district which I'm in is SAU 23. It has within it the Haverhill Co-op, has Benton, has Bath, has Piermont, Warren, and SAU 23, the co-op is saying we want out because we feel we can educate our kids cheaper. But to get out, then you have the issue of where are all the buildings located for those others? They're all in Haverhill. And so they're locked in, they can't do that because they're gonna have to buy it all, the costs of all those other towns, Benton, Bath, which is sizable, and Warren and Piermont. So this is a real nightmare how we've organized this entire state, whether it's SAUs or co-ops. Yes, Representative Tanner.
One of the, I agree we need a study committee for this, or a commission of some type, but I think we also can look at some of the ones that have happened and what's been the major problem, like Leominster Goshen, which was where Jim Grenier was involved with, and like you said, it was a nightmare when they split up, and how, kind of a pathology report on it, I guess. I would say to look at that, as well as looking at the commonalities between all the districts that are having all the co-ops that are having problems. It seems like, it's one small town that's having an issue in most of these. And when we talked about Hebron, when Hebron was here and we had all that discussion, the people at the SAU felt as though they weren't informed and they didn't have an opportunity. And I think Representative Balboni, you just said that the district hadn't really talked about it. And so, some of it is this feeling that why don't they get together and talk about it? I mean, what's the holdup with that? And why should we again, pander to somebody that just comes here and doesn't even try to go through the system.
The costs associated with an SAU, they have an SAU superintendent and central office staff, basically, which are maybe your special ed staff, which go out to the various districts within. Maybe you have specialists going out to, like a PE teacher or a music teacher, and those are all underneath the SAU budget. And those towns have to pay into those costs, which are established by the SAU. And again, those towns maybe don't have the weight of the vote to control much of that. You've been familiar with this, Representative Cascadden.
I'm familiar with area agreements.
Yeah.
Not so much cooperative agreements, so they're a little different.
Like we said, another animal.
Another animal, you can refuse or you can
Yeah.
not, you can accept.
Mm-hmm. Representative Balboni.
As you said, the SAUs are different in terms of each town owns their own buildings, they own their own property, they control their own schools. The only thing that we really share is I believe what this bill is trying to get at is what the services provided by the SAU, which has its own separate budget, and the apportionment is that is what goes to pay for the SAU budget.
Do you know what the apportionment formula is like for they have to pay? Is it based on per pupil or?
It's the same one. It's a singular one that is in the statute, which is 50. It's based on a lot of the co-op have it. I believe it's the 50%, according to the evaluation and the ADM.
Yeah. And so are they looking to be able to modify that statute from maybe 60 to 40 or?
My understanding is because they believe their property valuation is high and their student population is low, it means that, again, their proportion, they believe, is higher than it should be. And because co-ops have the ability to do it, SAUs do not. It's only a singular statute in the SAU. I think that's what the issue is.
Yeah. Okay. That helps define it. Want to go on to the next bill? Okay. Let's go on to the next one here, which is 1383, relative to cooperative school board district elections. 1383. This is addressing some of that discussion we've had earlier today where they get elected by their own district.
Could I hand out that previous
Sure.
bill we had?
Yeah, mhm.
These are copies of that 2002 amendment that Representative Ladd and I worked on with Representative Litchfield, who used to be a member of this committee, who brought the original bill forward, and Representative Abrami from Ways and Means.
Maybe we should, when everybody gets this, maybe we just take an opportunity to walk through this one right here, this amendment, because it does address some of the issues which are coming up in these bills which we're seeing. Do you want to walk people through this, Representative Cordelli?
Okay. First of all, on the middle of page 1, it goes over what the existing options are, and we removed that provision that all members shall be elected at large. We were trying to get away from at-large members and move, as you see in the bottom of the page, to apportionment by town of a proportional number of representatives. So I think in my district, we looked at something to the effect that Wolfboro would have maybe Wolfboro would have 3 representatives, Tuftonboro 2, and all the rest of the other 4 towns would have 1. So it'd be a proportional representation based on population. And you see that over on page 2, it would require a transition plan and a staggering so that, if you were one of the at-large members and your term lasted for another 2 terms, you're not going to be kicked off the board. So it was a transitional plan to move to the proportional representation. And then down at the bottom was the review every 10 years so that things could be adjusted for population with the census. I think those were the main.
Yes, Representative Luno?
Thanks, but didn't a similar bill last year or the year before face an issue with the sort of 1 person, 1 vote type of thing, because you've got a voting district, and then if you don't have everybody in the district being able to vote on all the people who are running for school board, then you ran afoul of other state laws, wasn't there? Something about
Possibly.
that?
But in here, you would just vote on the members from your town.
Right, but I think that's exactly what the problem, I think, arose around where you've got here in Roman 3, which shall be elected within their own district. So only within their own district.
There are those that were oppositional to. Representative Norm Major was not too excited by this, seeing his community which is basically controlling now, would lose some of that ability to control the co-op.
They had a number of at-large members.
That's right.
Right.
What was the disposition of this bill?
Yeah, and
Pardon me?
In 22, what was the disposition of this bill? Wasn't it ITL?
It did not move forward.
I don't know if it was
No.
tabled or.
It's just,
and when you're talking about the districts, like in 1383, talking about the pre-existing district that is now a member of the co-op. It's not the co-op district, right?
Right.
It's the pre-existing district. So
Right. Yes.
the town, so to speak.
Right.
Yes.
And I think that's where the challenge was, because the voting district is actually the co-op district. What's it called? The political body.
Yes, you're talking about the governance of the co-op that's a separate entity.
Right.
But you have districts which are participants within that.
The pre-existing district.
Pre-existing, those towns which came in and joined this co-op.
Mm-hmm. But when they joined the co-op, the pre-existing districts no longer exist, and that's the and I see Barrett nodding on that. The co-op district is the political subdivision, not the pre-existing. So it becomes the pre-existing districts no longer have political subdivision status to conduct an election. I think that's how the discussion went on House Bill 1646 back in 2022.
Yeah.
Right, but they have elections now. Effingham has an election tomorrow, but the problem is, or the issue is, the fact that the other 5 towns can vote on who the Effingham representative is.
No, I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
That all the members, the voting district is the co-op district, not the town of Effingham, when it comes to members on a political subdivision school board.
That would be if all the members are large members. as town members are elected.
What's that?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, that would be requiring all the co-op board members to be elected at large, which is not what happens now.
Yeah, I think, but the question is that David's relating to is that there were, when these co-ops were created, there was some reason why all members of a co-op board shall be elected. How that process, my presumption is that there was some legal basis for how they currently were recommended on how they should be elected, I would think.
Right, but each articles of agreement defines it differently.
Right, but I think this goes more to a I don't know what you call it. This is an election law, but sort of it goes to election law or representation. But for example, for all the people in our represented, the districts we represent, there's not some that. How do you say it? We all have different numbers of constituents in our districts, depending upon how many representatives you are in the district, but you don't have a representative that has either represents a smaller number or a larger number. It's within the voting district. You all represent the same. Like there's 4 of us in the Hopkinton Bow district. Muriel, Angela, Mel, and me. We all represent the same number of constituents. And what you'd have here is in Roman 3, I believe, is you'd have school board representatives of the co-op subdivision district that some would be representing 300 voters, some would be representing 3,000 voters. And so it gives you a disproportional voice as a voter if you're from a small town and you get a seat on the district. It's just a disproportional. I think it spills into election law is what I recall the challenge that we faced a couple of years ago.
So,
Representative Damon.
I don't know if this makes sense or not, but it occurs to me that there could be a parallel to our federal representation that every state has 2 senators regardless of the population of the state and has a designated number of representatives that is based on the population of the state. So in a way, that's what the model for the co-ops that have some members at large and some by town, it's sort of the same as that.
Now are you seeing why you have Barrett Christina saying this needs a commission study? It's a really heady topic, and every time you go somewhere, the rabbit hole gets deeper. So
Special commission on education and election.
there may be some things in here, we're dealing with advisory councils for budget and all that, which we can address, but the overall structure of this thing is very complex. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to offer a little bit of a different view on the issue of representation. And again, I'm not an election law expert either, but I think the most fundamental election principle that I know of is the principle that no taxation without representation. And as it stands right now, it seems to me that if it's true that we have towns that are voting overwhelmingly for, person X to go represent them in this body, yet they're being overruled by, another town who's voting for person Y, it doesn't seem like we have an issue where they're going to receive disproportionate representation. It seems like we currently have an issue where they have 0 representation. And that seems like the exact opposite of what we would want to be doing here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
No, they're not. Their candidate may not have been elected, but they got to vote on candidates that were running. And the people who were elected represent all the constituents in all of the towns that comprise the co-op. So they do have representation. It just might not be their neighbor. And I'm not disagree. I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. I'm saying that I think that's where I think the conflict was in maybe other parts of election law that we have. And what Representative Damon talks about with U.S. Senate, that's obviously federal. And we've I think all heard arguments about New Hampshire having a disproportionately large representation in the U.S. Senate compared to, say, on a per
Okay,
capita basis.
what we got to do in about 5 minutes, we're going to break this thing down, or a couple minutes here. Representative Cordelli is going to direct you right now to the profile. That is up in Franconia area.
Right. There shall be 7 members of the school board for the profile co-op. 4 members of the profile school board shall be elected by the voters of Bethlehem. 3 members shall be elected by the voters of Lafayette. So they are electing people from their own town in that case. And so that's what we were looking for with SB 323. And that was proportional, 4 to 3.
Okay, are there any need for any further discussion on this? This has just been an intro to cooperative school boards, and you're walking up probably more confused now than you've ever been. However, we have 6 bills here or so in front of us that we're going to be dealing with issues associated with the structure of school districts, co-ops in this state. I advise, folks to try and read these bills before we come up, and we're not going to be dealing with them today, but we will be within what I think that they come up on Wednesday, is it? On Wednesday. So I've asked several of the sponsors to be here. I know Representative Spilsbury is here on one of them. He'll be here. He just didn't come in today, but he will be here when he came in a little earlier today. We talked with him, but the sponsors will be here. So when we're talking about this, I'd like to have during that time we're discussing these bills, to maybe they can provide us a little bit more insight as to what's going in and what generated that particular bill rationale. So with that, let's take a break right now, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Right. Do you want to caucus at 12:30? The Republicans caucus before 1 o'clock?
Well, we could always caucus at 1 o'clock, and it's just to go up at a time prior to. Ready? Yeah. Going forward with these bills we have in the docket for Representative Cloutier, welcome to our committee. I didn't see you over there, John. Thank you very much. You're more than welcome. Before we wade down through these, there are some which we will not be discussing today. And so the first bill, 1015, we're waiting for an amendment on that bill dealing with the date change. So we won't be discussing that today. We'll do it quickly the subsequent day. Jumping down here, 1418, we've done that. That's been exec. This came over, as remember, as a result, we had to get the list of bills over to upstairs by noon on that Wednesday. And we did some of these execs in the afternoon. And so we just said, pile them all in on the next go around. And so that's what's been done there. 1450, I got amending language provided to me yesterday from the Chancellor of the University System. That's not been written yet. That's dealing with the higher education. And that's the group that Representative Luno and I are participating on, looking at the restructuring of higher education in the state of New Hampshire. 1450, so that won't be today either. 1458, we've done that previously. And the last one, 1646, we've done that also. So that leaves for today.
Well, who put the three down together?
1087, 1287, and 1453. And so we're going to start out with 1087.
We did 1418.
And with 1087, I'd like to recognize Representative Cordiello.
We have three.
I move to ITL this bill.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by yourself, Representative Cordiello, and second by Representative Cordelli. Representative Cordiello, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can we hold on just one second? If we're going to get down to the point where we know we're going down the route of no recommendation on these, we're going to only have one person speaking. That's been done in a lot of other committees, and so that we will be able to clear out of here quickly today. So if that happens to be one of them, Representative Cordiello, you'd be the speaking person because you made the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
This topic is very important to me of information literacy. I actually wrote a book about it for college students. So that's why I wanted to speak on it now. I wanted to make sure you're clear that I think it's very important. And what is it really fundamentally, but learning how to discern truth. So my opposition to this bill has nothing to do with the purpose of this commission, but with the commission itself and its makeup. And I had heard there might be an amendment, but we're just going with this bill that's here. That, for instance, I feel like some of the members of this committee would have a political bias. I also feel like the legislative mission that comes out in lines 3 on page 2 and line 10 about legislation makes it a bit too political. And when you start getting political, you start having a bias which takes away from mission of discerning truth. So, and I have a specific problem with the current bill naming on line 13 a member of Media Power Youth. You can learn a lot about organizations just going to their website, and I won't get into the details, but there is a political agenda to that group, as there is to the New Hampshire School, Library, Media Association. I did look at their website last night, and there are many links to ALA, American Library Association material, and there is no denying that the American Library Association does have a political agenda. And so those are my main objections. I think that is all I had to say on it. I also think we have to be real careful. It does seem like we have a lot of bills asking for a commission on this and a commission on that. And I think we need to be careful with sort of reining that in a little.
Thank you. Representative Cordelli, you made the second?
Nothing, thank you.
Okay. Pardon me? Okay, you would like to speak right now? Represent? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to say that this bill was developed for a positive reason, not a political reason. And it was brought up because we've had quite a bit of discussion, debate over media, what is in libraries. And this was a bill that would hopefully make the librarians and the libraries and the media people having a commission, looking at what's happening, developing processes in the future. It was meant to be a positive thing, not a political thing. And we have an amendment for it that I'd like to just say that it speaks to the two issues that were brought up in committee before. One, about removes the media power youth reference in the bill, and it also adds what I believe Representative Dry added, which was to have the report go to the chair of the Senate and the chair of the House. So we tried to appease what we heard the first time around and asked that something that could be positive and could include a lot of people and discuss some of the issues that have been brought up this year in the legislature, that we have an OTP to it as a result.
Thank you very much. Is there no further discussion here? Yes, Representative Lekis?
Do we have the amendment or do we know where it is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table right now. It's ITL on 1087. That motion was made by Representative Cordiello and second by Representative Cordelli. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Portiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner. No. Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Cloutier.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, motion fails. Yes, Representative Tanner?
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass.
Okay, we have a motion made by Representative Tanner. It's OTP on 1087, second by Representative Myler.
I'd also like to
Hold
offer.
on a second.
Okay.
You got that? Okay. Representative Tanner, you're recognized.
I'd like to make amendment 0907H, which is being passed out right now.
Okay, let us get
Coming
this
through.
around. Okay, I believe everybody should have a copy of it right now. Representative Tanner, you're recognized to speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Did you put forth a motion on the amendment?
Excuse me?
Did you put forth a motion on the amendment?
I did.
Yeah, I thought you had. Okay, cool. Was there a second on that same Representative Myler? Yes. Just so you get that. Okay, go ahead, Representative
Okay,
Tanner.
thanks. So as I stated before, this amendment kind of simplifies things a little bit. It removes the objection, which was the media power youth notice in it. And also it includes that the bill, the result of the commission's findings should go to the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate House Clerk, Senate Clerk, and the Chair of the House Committee and Chair of the Senate Education Committee, as recommended. So I think this kind of tidies up the bill a little bit, and as I said before, it's something that we could do that's positive, which we don't often get a chance to do.
Is there, from the second, is there, no?
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Representative Cordiello or Representative Dry, you both have sort of hands swinging.
So I appreciate that this was addressed about that, not mentioning a specific media power youth organization. I can't recall when during the hearing, I think it was mentioned somewhere, if anyone else can remember, that this is the only organization right now that fulfills the requirement as now put forth there on line 18 of the amendment. But my concern again is just getting an organization, a nonprofit organization. It seems like anytime most organizations today do have a political agenda. So whether that would be on either side of the aisle, I believe that brings a bias into this commission. And with a bias comes that problem of sort of compromising on the mission of discerning truth. I just wanted to mention that since you did address my objection.
Okay. It doesn't look like we have any more hands up, so
I'd just like to ask the
I
question.
didn't see your hand up.
I'd
Go
like
ahead.
to ask the question that you kind of implied, which was, are there other media literacy organizations that serve youth that are nonprofit educational organizations?
Can anybody answer that question, Representative McDonald?
It was said in testimony by Media Power Youth that at this time they're the only organization that meets that requirement.
Okay. Not seeing any further hands for discussion. We have a motion on the table. It's for the amendment 0907H OTP put forth by Representative Tanner and second by Representative Myler. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lucas?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Cloutier?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
14 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, we have the main motion as amended on the table right now. It's HB 1087 as amended by 0907H. That's, okay, you're not wanting to speak on it, right?
I have nothing further.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lucas?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
Nope.
Representative Peternell?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Cloutier?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, so we are looking at a no recommendation here.
Yes.
And so Representative Tanner, you will be writing that OTP and you'll be writing the ITL.
OTPA.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, OTPA down there, ITL here. Okay, so
Take a break.
yeah, we're going to take a break here for about 5 minutes. Pockets break.
Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Well, actually, it's Cloutier.
I might have done it different ways. I'm sorry. I have a name like that too. Cloutier.
Cloutier, that's like my family. French way.
So what is it exactly? Cloudy?
Cloutier, John Cloutier.
Cloutier. Okay. I just know it's important to pronounce people's names.
Yeah, John's been around a while. John Cloutier.
Cloutier.
Pardon me? You unplugged. Okay, so we're now addressing 1287. This is a relative to the definition of the term evidence-based within public education. Representative Belcher, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move on to pass.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Luckins seconds that motion. So Belcher, Luckins. Representative Belcher recognized as the prime spot or maker of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we've discussed this quite a lot, so I won't belabor the points. I'll just say that the idea of this bill is really to differentiate between what represents good science versus less good science, to make sure that we're consistently moving in the direction of improvement and weeding out things that are not actually properly supported by evidence. The bill places no burden on teachers because it is not to be enforced on teachers or in an individual classroom. It is only for those parties who are adopting methods of education, and in that it also doesn't apply to curriculum. So it's not about what is taught, but it's about how things are taught. And I think we could benefit greatly by taking a more science-based approach. Thank you.
Is there any discussion from the second?
I just wanted to say that my dad, being a physicist, brought me up in this. And so I have too many times seen people not following this because they don't really understand the scientific method. And I was thrilled to see this bill because this is closer to the scientific method. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak against? Representative Luno?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm disappointed that the motion coming out of this committee would be ought to pass to essentially turn science on its head. But I guess I'd have to say I'm not surprised because seems like half the members on this committee feel that public schools are failing. They feel that schools are not doing the job that they're intended to do.
Representative Luno, I do not believe that people feel that everything's failing.
Okay, well, we've certainly heard, thank you, Adam, and I apologize, Mr. Chair, but we've heard a number of times statements like that made, but we didn't hear that made by the governor during his State of the State speech when he said New Hampshire's public schools are doing a great job. In fact, they're number 2 as far as student outcomes across the country. And it bothers me so much that while New Hampshire public schools are doing a tremendous job as far as delivering student outcomes, I know it's not happening everywhere, and I know that I think we all understand that there's a number of reasons for that by and large, because of our policies and because of the support that that public schools have from our public taxpayers, that it's clear that Granite Staters put a priority on student outcomes in public education. Why we would want to change how we look at science and turn it on its head doesn't make any sense to me. And why would we want to break something that's working so well and doing so much good for 165,000 students across the Granite State? I can certainly think of reasons why maybe stuff like this comes up, but I can't believe that's in the best interest of public schools or our families or our kids or our economy. So for that, and for so many other reasons, I think, for at least these reasons, I would be voting against the ought to pass, and hopefully, we'd be able to to defeat this this bill, which I would certainly appear to undermine evidence and facts used in public schools today. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Not going to have any more discussion on this, so we're just going to, Madam Clerk, we have a motion on the table to OTP on 1287. Would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler? No. Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Cloutier?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
No, I'm sorry. Whoa, whoa.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, okay.
Too fast. Okay.
It's all right. And I'm just going out of time.
You don't sit next to me, John.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, I made a mistake. I meant,
He just
I
wants
meant to
change his
vote no,
from yes to
sorry.
no.
Okay. Representative Woodcock?
Second time.
Okay. Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadon?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Luna makes a motion, ITL, and second by Representative Myler. The motion's ITL. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Luno?
I'm okay to go right to a vote.
Thank you. Representative Myler?
No, thank you.
Any opposition? We're right at the vote now. So we have a motion on the floor to ITL 1287, made by Representative Luno, second by Representative Myler. Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Petronell?
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Cloutier?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Alboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadon?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, and Representative Belcher writing the other report. Okay, good. The next bill and the last bill for today is 1453. Okay, this bill is relative to the degree granting authority of certain institutions of higher education. Representative Lekis, you're recognized for a motion.
I'd like to move ITL.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative McDonald makes the second, so we have a motion on the table. ITL made by Representative Lekis, second by Representative McDonald. Representative Lekis.
Yes, first off, going down through this bill, I really don't understand what we have against having a for-profit organization in education. I would think a for-profit organization would be much more responsive to the students who are there, who are the ones using their system and more likely to pay for. So that's the first part of it. I don't understand why we have to only be nonprofit. And the second part is all schools, everybody already needs to follow all applicable state and federal anti-discrimination laws. It's already in there. I don't know why that's in there either. So, and I do have a question. What on earth accreditation standards do for-profits not have regarding, that, what was the point of this bill to begin with?
Thank you very much. From the second?
Well said.
Thank you. Is there anybody that wants, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I think there's numerous examples, probably too many to even discuss, for-profit institutes of higher education and the disservice they do to their students, the really abysmal completion rates that they see, and the leaving students with enormous debts far exceeding those in nonprofit or public institutes. So one of the things New Hampshire, I think, has been able to fend off so far is for-profit institutions. None have so far been approved for and given degree granting authority in the granted state, and so this statute seeks to keep it that way. It also does another thing that I think is very significant, and something that's actually extraordinarily common among nonprofit institutes of higher education, which is compliance with the Higher Education Act of 1965. And so this is a federal civil rights act that just about every nonprofit institute of higher education across the country endorses and embraces. I think just a few years ago, we received a report from our committee researcher, Ms. Four, with regards to the number of institutes that did not, and you could count them, I think, on one hand, that did not accept, that did not comply with the Higher Education Act. So, and then, of course, it also puts into statute under degree granting authority and the section that applies to what the standard is for that these institutes also need to comply with state and federal anti-discrimination laws. That may be in law already, but the fact that we have it here, and the fact that we add compliance with the Higher Education Act, and the fact that we codify the requirement for them to be nonprofit, I think sets a very reasonable hard deck for approval of these colleges for degree granting authority. So for that reason, I would oppose the ITL and support passage of this measure.
Thank you very much. So at this point in time, we will call the roll when you're ready, Madam Clerk. So we're looking at 1453, and the motion on the floor is ITL on 1453.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Leckus?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Forciello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Cloutier?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadin?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Luna, would you
Yeah,
like to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move on to pass.
So we have a motion made by Representative Luna, second by Representative Myler for OTP on House Bill 1453 relative to degree granting authority of certain institutions of higher education. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Leckus?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Peternell?
No.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Cloutier?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadin?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Who's going to do the report? Representative Luna has that. Okay, and
I did this backwards.
Representative Leckus, you got the. Yep.
I will. I brought my computer today.
Okay, good. Thank you.
This is why people love me on sleep.
Okay, so we have no other bills for today. We're going to work on those amendments we spoke about And so with that, we're going to close the executive session for this afternoon. Thank you.
Well, double check and make sure that you didn't do it correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. So-
No, I did it backwards. What am I? It's just because I lost an hour. I know, I just started, you know what it is? I just started putting it in the wrong column because there's 3 columns. There's 3 columns, really.
Okay, you're going to go make copies of that
Yeah.
and
We're going to talk about this.
we can talk, yeah, about this.
This would not have gone. There, that's the
So
way.
we have
And